And doesn't he look smart? I mean, look at his headdress. So Bradford, don't sit, just come forward and make your opening remarks. And when you're done with your opening remarks, it will be even more pleasurable on my part for you to invite the board chairperson, the beautiful and amiable Mrs. Kakoza. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies this morning, Mr. Simon Cassette. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I think this morning I want to recognize your presence in your different capacities. Of course, starting with my board chairman, Madam Paul Kakoza. I know sometimes when I'm promoting Uganda, I fear to use the word Paul, but I think Paul came earlier than the time we adopted our tagline. Yeah. Yes. Just to reconfirm, my name is Bradford Ocheng, the acting CEO of Uganda Tourism Board. I think in the interest of time, I just want to recognize one more person. I think within our midst. Ambassador Anne, thank you so much for really being part of us. She's our honorary consul representing the entire East Africa on behalf of Uganda in Arusha. She has always been very consistent with us. Madam, you're most welcome. We appreciate the work you're doing. Again, all of you are very important in your own respective capacities. You're most welcome. I want to say again that as UTB, for starters, the Uganda Tourism Board has been given the opportunity to welcome you formally here because this is marketing destination Uganda. This beautiful country, I think I want to say that for lack of word, I think I would say it's Africa within Africa. A very smart country, very smart people. The last time I consulted Google, we were the #1 country in the world in terms of diversity. We are quite diverse, and yet at the same time, very peaceful people. Very good. He talked about speaking good English. I think BBC, when they did their study across the continent, Uganda has been #1, the best English-speaking country on the continent. Not me, I think most of you, okay? Most of you speak very good English. So, but I mean, this is good for our marketing. As you know, the world is basically dominated by English speakers. That one, you cannot take it away. This country is very beautiful. Again, of course, as I said, the pearl, it is real pearl. And when you talk the pearl is something that glitters, yeah? By the way, to get a pearl is quite time consuming. To get a pearl, I talk about the pearl that people put on, the genuine one, it's quite time consuming. So meaning that really it's a precious something that we really need to guard. Let it make it glitter. All of you, and with the Uganda Tourism Board, we need to make sure that the pearl is your pearl. It must glitter, and we must market it well. Again, for starters, at UTB, we market this destination. Quite easy to market, by the way. And we don't do it alone. We do it in partnership with all of you. And POATE is one of our biggest signature events that actually we use to bring people here, really to share experiences, celebrate progress, share stories, and tell everyone that we are ready for tourism. So that is POATE. Very signature, and it's a very important event, and we do this annually. So again, we welcome you to POATE. and we continue to welcome to POATE. Very, very important. Now, tourism as it is comes with a lot of issues, positive and negative. And that's why I think this year we chose a very, very intentional theme, sustainability. We also brought in transformation. With the time, we want to leave this country intact for the next users. That is actually the main theme. Very, very, very important. So as UTB, we also have a blueprint, the marketing strategy, and sustainability is one of the key principles. So again, let's not take it for granted. That is just a phrase. It's very, very important for us. Now, maybe just to, before I welcome you formally again, just to tell you about why tourism is quite important. Of course, the vision bearer of this country, our president, made it clear that there are 4 sectors that should take us to the, to the big economy that we can share without any problem. Currently, we are $50 billion worth of the economy, and we need to move to $500 billion by 2040, as defined by Vision 2040. And the 4 sectors that have been picked to move us forward is agro sector, tourism sector, minerals, and that of course includes oil and gas, and then the STI, that's the knowledge economy, talking about science, technology, and innovation. And if you look at tourism actually can cut across these 3 sectors, where we can come very clear with the agro-tourism. We can come very closely with, you can call it geotourism. You can even call it techno-tourism, where you bring technology to make sure that we drive, a lot of these sectors. So again, let's take it that tourism is very important for us to really share in the dividends of the economy. And for tourism specifically, we are supposed to move from current 2 billion to 50 billion. Unlike the other sectors where the growth is tagged at maybe 5 to 10, we have been given 25-fold growth by 2040, meaning that we have a lot of challenge, and we must be intentional to make sure that this target works. Of course, there are many things that must be put into place with your support, including investments. And if you look at investments, our current savings rate to GDP is about 20. And for us to get the capital that we need to move these savings from 20% to 40% of GDP. So it is you, me, the other sectors that must make this happen. So again, I think as we work, as we spend, as we move around, let's also know that we need to get that saving rate to the GDP of 40% by 2040. Investments must move from, currently we are talking about 3 billion annually, that is FDI, foreign direct investment. By 2040, we are looking at something to do with 20 billion. In your own right, you're a potential investor. In my right as Bradford, I'm a potential investor. So again, let's make this happen. And for tourism to move forth, we also need a disposable income. Currently, it is 140, and we need to see this one moving up to 7,000 by 2040. You need to have 7,000 that you can spend. So let's work hard. Let's work hard. Let's promote. Let's share our stories. As a government, I think we also promised that we need to make the country visitable. We need to make it, easy, really easy for you to travel, easy for you to spend. It should be safe for you. I know it should be secure for you. You should not spend all your time, navigating through the portals and all that. I think on the side of government, this is what we promise, that it should happen to complement the effort that we are putting in tourism. So again, I'm not making a presentation. This is just for starters who may not know what the ATMs are and all that. So we have agro, we have tourism, we have mineral development, that's the oil and gas, and then we have the STI to move us forth. Tenfold, from 50 billion to 500 billion. Tourism from 2 to 50 billion, moving 25-fold. I want you to know that. At UTB, we are also putting some figures in terms of arrivals that should be helping us move there. If by 2030, that is the NDP 4, we are looking at having more or less like 5 million visitors. Currently, we have under 1.5 million visitors. So again, I count on you that let's work together as partners to make sure that we move this forward. Mr. Simon, I know you're looking at your whatever. I just want to now do the noble thing. Really, on behalf of UTB and on behalf of all of you, I want to welcome you to this session and also to welcome you for beginners to the 9th edition of POATE 2025. And also in advance, I also want to welcome you to POATE 2026. It's a signature event for us, and it's always there annually. And really, this is an open invitation for you. You need to diarize that. It's always in May. So let's plan for this. Again, karibuni, asanteni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ocheng, for those very resounding words and giving us the assurance that indeed this is not just the 9th edition and perhaps the last, but that you have made it a signature event that becomes an annual property for tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the figures from Bradford. They don't lie, the projections are clear, and I told you we'll speak some good English and some deep statistics. That said, how about now we take our pleasure to listen to the board chairperson of Uganda Tourism Board. Now, folks, always be very interested in the names you choose to give to your children. Can you imagine that she was named Pearl for very obvious reasons, and then years down the road, she's the board chairperson of a government agency that is out to take the pearl of Africa to where it should be. So, when you name your children Grace, they will certainly be graceful, not disgraceful. Because Pearl was named Pearl for exactly the reason she's coming on the stage to do. Most welcome, Mrs. Kakosa.
Thank you, Simon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And just to add on to that, I was actually baptized Pearl in the 1960s. So I'm not one of the new age guys who turned around and suddenly decided to change their name, swanky name, Pearl is trending. So I have to become a Pearl. I am Pearl and I am where I should be now. My name is Pearl Horo Kakoza and I'm the board chair of Uganda Tourism Board. I don't have any board members present with me. I would have introduced them because I would like to tell Uganda Airlines, I'm going to blame Uganda Airlines for that, because they had their inaugural flight on Sunday the 8th into London Gatwick on Sunday the 18th. And promoting tourism was part of that venture. It gives me great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you all to this, the 8th edition of the Pearl of Africa Tourism Expo, or POATE again. I welcome you once again to today's panel conference discussions. hosted over here at one of our custom-built, custom-made convention center in Munyonyo. This year's theme is tourism and sustainable transformation. This reflects our strong commitment to foster a tourism industry that not only showcases Uganda's unparalleled natural beauty and cultural richness, but also ensures that these treasures are preserved and cherished for generations to come. I always like UR's tagline, which is conserving for generations. Tourism, as we all know, is a catalyst for sustainable development, community empowerment, and environmental stewardship. In Uganda Tourism Board, our vision is to grow Uganda's tourism sector tenfold, aligning with our medium-term development goals. This, members, is an ambitious target, but it underscores the importance of integrating sustainability, tenets of digital transformation into every facet of our tourism development strategy. In an era where technology shapes traveler experiences, we as a country are embracing digital advancements to showcase our rich cultural heritage, our landscapes, diverse wildlife, and, of course, our heritage. The launch of our Explore Uganda mobile app exemplifies our commitment to enhance the travel experience for both domestic and international tourists. Government has set out to grow our tourism revenue from $1.4 billion to $5 billion by 2028-2029. To achieve this, we must not only increase tourism variables, but deepen the quality of the experience. And in that respect, as Uganda Tourism Board, we have singled out in our new strategy that we want to concentrate on the luxury tourist, the luxury traveler, because they have less carbon footprint, and they like to also know that their money has gone towards contribution in the communities where the lodges and the hotels where they live are based. So in other words, we want to increase the visitor spending from the current $1,052 per person per stay to approximately $5,000 per person. We want to encourage longer, more meaningful stays that translate into stronger returns for communities, investors, and government alike. This ambitious target can only be achieved with innovative ways of marketing Destination Uganda. Let us explore how digital innovation can further amplify Uganda's visibility on the global stage. And together, we should harness these tools to tell our unique stories, attract more visitors, and drive sustainable development in our tourism sector. I would like to comment about our flight to Uganda Airlines to London Gatwick, because this is going to be one of the vehicles that Uganda is going to use to grow our visitor numbers. On Monday, the 19th, together with the UK Chamber of Commerce, we had investors in the room because the theme is investment, tourism, and trade. Those three, ladies and gentlemen, must go hand in hand to help us to drive this big agenda we have set for ourselves. For the past 2 weeks, Uganda has really been featured very prominently in the UK, and I'd like to thank particularly the UK Chamber of Commerce, both in Uganda as well as in the UK. Last week, we had a coffee conference in the UK, and there were a lot of Ugandan coffee farmers who actually traveled and participated in this. They were looking for potential buyers for our coffee and to deepen the relationship. That was the trade part of it. Then comes Uganda Airlines on their maiden flight on the 18th, which was Sunday, the 18th of May. We landed at London Gatwick to a rousing Ugandan welcome. The diaspora came out in full force to welcome us. And after that, there was a press conference. The next day, on the 19th, we had another conference. Again, it was tourism, trade, and investment. Again, organized by the British Chamber of Commerce with Uganda Airlines. And in that, we of course explored the thrust for the digital marketing and how we as a country should position ourselves. I'd like to share with you that Uganda Tourism Board has had meetings also in London with both Expedia as well as CNN. And you shall see the results of that campaign we're going to run for Uganda. We currently have an agreement with both media, Expedia and CNN, but we've agreed to enhance further our collaboration. Also in London, on Thursday and today, there's an East Africa Investment and Trade Forum for East Africa, being held under the auspices of the UK Chamber of Commerce. So some of our members stayed behind to participate in this second trade and investment forum. The goodwill is there, ladies and gentlemen, and our duty is to tap into every available, what can I call it, vehicle that has been given to us. Uganda Airlines flying into London Gatwick shall be a game changer for our country with these direct flights for both tourism, trade, and investment. I thank all of you for your continued support and commitment in promoting Uganda as the pearl of Africa. I say all this for God and my country.
I think Pearl deserves a more rousing. Thank you, Pearl. That was deep, but certainly expected. I mean, why not? She's the board chairperson of Uganda Tourism Board. Folks, mine is to give you a bit of tidbits. We are by the shores of the largest freshwater lake in Africa, the second in the world. We call it Lake Narubare. Others call it Lake Victoria. I mean, ain't we at a beautiful location? That should attract many people to come and see it and enjoy the beauty and aura of it. But guess what? That's not even the most. For some of you, the believers in this room, you are seated at a location where on the 26th of May, what's the date today though? What's the date today? The date, 23rd. Now I'll tell you what, a story. On the 26th of May, 1886, at this very location, Munyonyo, young men were sentenced to death by their king for their Christian faith. And from this location in Munyonyo, they began a 2-day journey to the place of their execution in Namugongo, not far from here. Can you imagine where you are and the historic relevance of this place? We are talking about death, yes, and I'm not talking about it to haunt you, but I'm talking about it for us to harness it, to hustle for us. Ladies and gentlemen, behind this magnificent facility is a basilica, the Munyonyo Martyrs Basilica. In 10 days' time, Uganda will be commemorating the Uganda Martyrs Day. So this is not a coincidence that we are here now at this very location, and in 10 days we'll be commemorating the Uganda Matters. Now, folks, the smallest country in the world is the Vatican City, right? Can I tell you something about that place? They don't levy taxes. But how do you think they earn the money that sustains them? They receive daily an average of 2.5 million tourists every single day. And those tourists, majority of them, pay to access museums and mementos in that small country called the Vatican. There is no place in the world like Uganda with the highest number of saints who also double as martyrs, except Italy. Now, anyone can be a saint, like Pope John Paul II, who was here in Uganda in 1993. He's a saint, but he's not a martyr. The 22 Ugandan martyrs are martyrs, yes, because they died for their faith, but they are also saints. If we could tap into the 2 billion Catholics across the world, for each one of them in their lifetime to come to Uganda, to follow the Uganda Martyrs Trail, and spend just 100,000 Ugandan shillings, how much would we earn from tourism of a religious nature? Now think about it as your food for thought, as you enjoy being in Munyonyo. Thank you. Decide whether you're clapping for me or not. Huh? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a keynote presentation today. It is coming in from an incredible gentleman. Now, let me, for purposes of clarity, read out the topic of our keynote presentation so that nothing is missed in translation. Our keynote presentation is titled as follows: Harnessing Digital Platforms and Mobile Solutions in Promotion of Tourism. Now that may sound like...
I feel like I need to remove the jacket, given the nature of introduction. I think we should start a party here, right? Yeah, so hi, my name is James Biarahanga, and I know a lot of you are expecting to see Madame Sylvia from MTN. I'm sorry for your letdown, but I will attempt to give the topic some justice. And we talk about tourism today, yeah? It's an interesting room, a lot of young faces, so let's try and be funky and have fun with this topic, right? Let me talk about myself a little bit. Today I'm here in the tech space, right? I've been in this space for about 23 years. So I was born 2 years before I started working. I'm only 25. Simon, I'm younger than you. Anyway, so I've been in the tech space for 23 years, but that's just one side of my life. A lot of my life also cuts across different things. I'm a farmer. I do pig farming, and soon I'll be doing a lot more than that. I'm heavily invested in entertainment. I have got an establishment in Bugolobi called Chisanyama with a couple of partners. And as he mentions, we've been giving you a lot of joy through events. Blankets and Wine was one of them. Bachiga Nation, as mentioned, is another one. And in 8 days, we'll have a Bachiga Nation. And you're all welcome to come and celebrate with those crazy characters of where we come from. But I'm also invested in the tourism space. And hopefully in the next couple of months, we should be seeing something in the gorilla areas. So this is the space I'm very, very comfortable in. And I'm one of the people who I think has gone to every single game tourism location there is in Uganda because I'm fascinated by all angles. But I want to talk about tourism from a much larger scale. And tourism is basically changed quite significantly. Now, before I jump into the slides, I want to just kind of like explain the way I see tourism, I'm fortunate to travel a lot for my work in Africa, as well as Europe, Asia, and I get to see lots of things. Sports tourism is one of the things that is really, really taken off globally. If you're interested in things like football, interested in Formula One racing, interested in athletics, several countries have built businesses and industries around this. In Africa, we know Rwanda is really gunning for this with the basketball. Entertainment tourism. By the time, I think the last time I took notice on something like Nyege Nyege, it was bringing in about 15,000 tourists specifically for the Nyege Nyege weekend. A country called Eswatini in South Africa, everyone knows it as Swaziland, has one massive event every year, not the one you're thinking. There's one called the Bushfire Festival, which attracts over 50,000 people. The country only has 800,000 people. Imagine 50,000 people coming into your country for one weekend's event. Then, of course, there's the infamous street dance, which also brings in quite a lot of people. And that's entertainment tourism. Of course, MICE conferences, things like this, also bring in quite a huge number of people in different countries. So what we're seeing is that the spec of tourism is no longer defined by lions and elephants, but rather different reasons why people can actually come and visit your country. So that's kind of like me setting the tone to how I think about the spaces, and I'm sure that's what you've heard the whole of this week. And it's important that when we leave here, we all have the same message in our heads that we can sell this country beyond game tourism, and different things we can do can bring in different angles. But the topic for today, as Simon said, is about harnessing digital platforms and mobile solutions for tourism. So we're just going to talk a little bit into the side of how tech can redefine tourism or can make life a little bit easier. Well, first of all, as I mentioned, 23 years in the industry, currently running Rock Cloud, also involved in the telecom side of the business. I worked in MTN previously. I've worked in Zambia, DRC, Ghana. I was in Africa Online as well. And I'm a big advocate of the internet revolution. I'm a director in several companies, telecom, hospitality, entertainment, wood treatment, farming. I'm kind of a jack of all trades, so I'm willing to buy and sell depending on what you fancy. Yeah? So, just insights from the travel industry. I want to just start with just one line, which has been the conversation from the digital side to the travel side. That the future of travel is about connecting physical and digital. Historically, travel was really a physical thing. It was about going one place, getting there, enjoying what you find, or doing whatever you're doing, and then you get out. But now we're seeing a transformation which is based on the digital evolution. When I was preparing for this report last night, and I was looking at different types of inputs, I was looking at a report from McKinsey that had some interesting statistics. One was that travel is a top priority, especially for the younger generations. 60% of the people, after COVID-19, of the young people, want to travel. A lot of them were probably not that interested before, but the time when they couldn't do it, they realized how much they wanted to travel. And Gen Zs and millennials, they're eager to travel out of their countries. I guess they feel like they haven't seen the world. And yet, the older generations, the Simons of this world, are planning to take many more domestic trips. You're welcome to Buindi, sir, soon. The baby boomers, I know Gen Zs and millennials don't even know what the baby boomers are. But the baby boomers, they want to spend for value. They account for 20% of the entire tourism budget of the world, but they're willing to spend for comfort. They are the ones who care for things like direct flights. the Gatwick route that we're talking about, lots of people are saying, you know, I can still go to London, I can get Turkish Airways and go to wherever. Why Bolshaya is talking about it excitedly is that several people are willing to pay for a direct flight. Even if the price wasn't competitive, a lot of people are willing to pay for comfort. And that's what we're saying is the statistic coming out from the baby boomers. And a lot of also observations that travel is a collective story. It's not about just going to a destination. Travelers both want to hear and they want to tell their own stories. And apparently, 92% of the young travelers make decisions based on social media, seeing that someone else was there. How many of us here sit on TikTok, sit on Instagram, and then you look at someone posting their experience in Dubai, and the only thing on your mind is, I want to go to Dubai, right? Actually, last year, Dubai had a very interesting campaign. They made a song, like a pop song, and they were, it was called One Night in Dubai. So every time you're opening different things on like YouTube, the thing pops up until the only thing on your mind is Dubai. Well, apparently we even hit our quotas now. They can't even give us visas because too many of us are going to Dubai. So clearly their campaign works. And finally, another insight is that what travelers want depends on where they're from. 69% of Chinese say they want to visit a famous site on their next trip. And this is also a big post-COVID something. How many of you have noticed the growth of Asian travelers into Africa? Historically, it was a Western thing. Americans, Europeans traveled into Africa. Now, the biggest numbers are coming from Asia. So that's a whole other dynamic. And we are seeing, according from the statistics, that a smaller number of Western travelers are interested in seeing, you know, what you'd call a famous site. What they're interested in has changed. So understanding these kind of insights and trends also helps us to sort of, you know, understand how we position ourselves in the industry, right? And I thought it was a nice way to start the, you know, the conversation. But some of the statistics we see is that there has been a significant growth in the global tourism market. Last year was the first year that the world reached the same number of tourists since 2019. It's been a 4-year recovery, and this year we're expecting to see numbers grow beyond COVID, before COVID times. So that's a good thing, right? Everyone in the room who's interested in tourism, that should be good news, right? So we need to find how we, you know, what slice of the cake we are on. And then, apparently, when you look at the stats of the African countries that are attracting the biggest number of tourism, unfortunately, we are not yet on the, you know, the top 10, but I found this interesting. Egypt, still bossing everyone, and they're selling history. But they also realized that they couldn't rely on history only, so they've opened up different angles. I was in Cairo about 4 weeks ago, and I realized that Cairo has changed so much. Previously, it was, I mean, the museums are still popping, obviously. I mean, the traffic is crazy. But what they have also done is moved the Egyptian museum from Cairo city to the pyramids, because they realized that seeing the pyramids was not exciting enough anymore. If I've gone there once, I'm not going back. So they have now moved the museum there to increase traffic. But what they have put a lot of effort in as Egypt is to push and grow this Mediterranean vibe, Sharm el-Sheikh, Dahab, you know, where people go and say they have the Riviera experience. So they've also decided to diversify, and that's why you see their numbers are starting to grow significantly, yet it wasn't too long ago when they had their revolution and no one was interested in going to Egypt. So some of the things to think about is South Africa and what they're selling. Conferences, sports, entertainment, that's the biggest selling point. So just understanding where we fit in and how we can grow. He made a joke about Kampala being the party capital of Africa. I actually agree. It's something that we need to deliberately push. We have a very young population. It's something that should be selling, right? Anyway, and how do we do this? So when you think about what's changing in the world now is that we are in a social age. And social media is driving the conversation. Based on the room here, I can see TikTokers, I can see snappers, right? But Bradford, do you have a Snapchat account? Yeah, I mean, Bradford probably is on X, he's on LinkedIn, because that's more relevant for him, right? Then there are people in the room, some youngins, who will say, I cannot be on LinkedIn. For what? It's too serious. You know what I mean? But what's driving the conversation? It's a social age, social media. Now, for every business, you need to have your business profile out there these days. It's your communication channel to the public. It's your brand and product positioning space. It's your sales and marketing channel. Amy Jo famously quoted that social media is not a monologue. It's a dialogue. If you don't have engagement with your followers or with the people that you're posting for, then you won't actually get results. It's more like a telephone call rather than a television, right? Dave Willis says, don't use social media to impress people. Use it to impact people. I know Slay Queens would disagree with that, but, but it's a tool that is heavily used, right? But you're saying for sustainable business, think about your social media as a way to impact people rather than impress people. And it's not just an activity, it's an investment of valuable time and resources. Surround yourself with people who do not just support you and stay with you, but inform you on ways to wow people with your online presence, right? When you're posting for business, you must think about, how do I make sure that this post actually makes, it gives me the results I want. On the streets we say, kakuteyo, tambuza poste kwateyo, move the post until, until guys get FOMO. When you're selling events, for example, that is very important. And lastly, it's marketeers need to build digital relationships and reputation before closing a sale. It's no longer possible to actually do so much without utilizing the digital channel, right? So many times you can see an event pop out of nowhere and you wonder how they got the people. Whether it's a conference, whether it's an entertainment event, whatever it is, you're just not in the right circles because they are pushing it within, and they have got a digital relationship with their consumer. From a tourism, especially destination tourism perspective, we find that social media has been a huge promotion marketing tool. Having online presence in the right spaces, in the relevant spaces. Half the times when I want to go and eat somewhere, I go and check out their social media platforms. And mostly it's not even like I'm going to smell the food, no. You just see a picture and it gives you an idea about, how many times do you get so disappointed when you see the menu and then you see the result? Or what you ordered, what you received, Our visuals really, really make a difference in how we make our decisions. Travel agencies have started even evolving from being a physical location to being an online location. Anyone who's running a travel agency here, I can guarantee you, you don't get 10% of your traffic with someone who walks in. Hardly anyone walks in. I don't even know where the travel agents' offices are anymore. You interact with them online, and that's about it. Digital marketing campaigns drive everything. My young brother Lam here from Travel Neza, half the time I'm waiting for what is the next thing Travel Neza is organizing, and I'm on his case saying, us who are into rugby, please, can you take us to the rugby sevens? Those are the kind of things that are starting to, to create traction. Brand ambassadors. Some of them do so much that the moment you see them post, you immediately know that this is a paid post. But ultimately what you're trying to do is to increase your global reach. and your market penetration, because the time to be able to engage physically has reduced so significantly that you must use your online presence to be able to reach the next market. When you're making your, let me say, apps, website, everything else that you're building as your digital tool that you want to use in your marketing space, from a tech side, what we've decided that works, and we've seen works, is using a mobile-first approach. Now, when I say mobile-first approach, is that the first device that we actually go to for information is our mobile device. The second device is a tab for those with a tab. And the third is a laptop, and then desktop and anything else. The devices get bigger as the priority reduces. Why is this important? If you design an application or a website or whatever way you want to communicate that cannot be on the mobile device, you're going to get less than 70% of the potential viewers that you could have had. It's important that if you want to reach a given target market, use a mobile-first approach in building and designing whichever communication platform you want to use. A lot of people in this room, I don't give a statistic, I don't know, but a lot of people in this room, the first thing you do when you wake up, even before you pray, I mean, I'm not when I speak for myself, I first pray, what? But I can see some faces here. The first thing you do is, your eyes are even closed. And it's not even like it's an alarm. In fact, your interest in what's online is your alarm. Open. WhatsApp group. From there onwards, everything else you're doing, you're actually living a mobile-first world, right? I don't actually encourage it fully, but that's where the world is, right? You check WhatsApp, put the phone down, brush your teeth, meanwhile there's like a song they are playing, you touch the thing again, go to your Instagram, post, like, move to breakfast. You lose an hour and a half just getting into the car or starting to move to work. If you're using public means, the whole journey you're in this one, you even pass your stage, you know, because the mobile-first world. Now, if you're looking to communicate a message, think mobile-first. This is very important if you want to get some penetration. But what else can digital do for us? We need to think about how can it streamline our operations. Booking platforms cannot be physical ever again. Everything must be online. Mobile apps for check-in. There's no other alternative. Automating processes, reservations, customer service. These chatbots are no longer the way they used to be. AI has changed a lot of things. It's very, very interactive. Yesterday, I received a phone call from a real estate company in Dubai. I met someone in an airport once. They took my details. I said, no problem, I gave them. I received a phone call from a real estate company, and they were saying, oh, we got your details from Kotoka International Airport in Accra sometime 3 years ago. We were trying to sell you real estate, but you're not interested now. We want to sell you a holiday in Dubai. I said, oh, okay. So what are the terms? And I got a whole continuous phone call engagement. I ask questions, I get answers, everything. It is until I asked the same question twice that I realized I was chatting with a bot. And I do this for a living, by the way. The level of training that these chatbots have gotten from like DeepSeek or ChatGPT is that they are so well trained that they even have reactions. So for example, when I was getting the whole pitch and it was like a wrap, I was like, oh yeah, but I'm not interested in going to Dubai now. I would like to go in December because there's Dubai Sevens, I can watch the rugby. The next week there is Yas Marina Formula 1 GP, I can watch the race. I said, I don't understand what you've asked, okay? I ask again. On the third asking, I realized this thing is a bot. So, so I said, okay, let me give you my email address, then you can send me what you're saying. So the response was like, don't worry about email, I've already sent you WhatsApp. So the AI bots, which are doing customer service right now, are even more efficient than people. very well programmed. The voice is relevant to the consumer, right? If it's giving a call to a Nigerian, it's going to be a West African accent. It's talking to an Arab, it's going to be an Arab accent, so that you can relate, you feel like you're talking to someone you know, right? And this is the areas where you find AI simplifying a lot of things in customer service, yeah? And these things are available online for free. Or a small fee, you can be able to actually improve your customer service and streamline your operations. Sorry. Not AI, this one. But ultimately, what we want is to be able to use actual data or data analytics to understand, what we're doing and understand also the market that we're in. Now, when I usually talk about some of these new what they call them, the fourth industrial revolution topics, yeah, I always talk about the Internet of Things and how it's changing life. The Internet of Things is basically any connected device that you have. These days, you must have at least 4 or 5 connected devices. You've got your smartwatch, because everybody's a health freak these days. Yeah? You've got your mobile phone, you've got a laptop, you've got your radio in the car with Bluetooth enabled. Some of you have a lot of smart devices even in your home, CCTV cameras, smart fridges. It's a fully connected world. And a lot of this is generating information. And at any one point, you can interact with a sector. So if I'm thinking about it from a tourism perspective, is what we want to understand is the preferences of the traveler, right? And travelers can be really picky. Eh? I'm vegan. Suddenly your whole menu goes out the window, right? Like us, Bachiga, everything we eat must have meat. So when someone says they are vegan, you're like, what's wrong with this person? But understanding the preferences of the traveler makes sense. Maybe I have a back problem. Maybe I cannot, I'm gluten-free, some really complex stuff. But understanding the traveler is important. 2, building tailored traveler experiences. People have started being very, very picky about the kind of experience they want to have. They don't want one size fits all. They don't want to go and sit in a group of another 100 people. They want something that's really for them, right? They want personalized trips. Maybe a group of like-minded people, you write and say, what can you do for us? We are going to Diani. We want to stay in a place that is at the beach, but not at the beach. We want to party, but also don't party. It's really confusing stuff. But you must be able to build these things, right? To increase satisfaction of the customer, experience that they will have. So technically what that means is that you need data analytics. You need to be able to understand the travel preferences, and then you can build upon it. To be able to make an informed decision on what you're going to put out to the market, you have to analyze the data that you get. And you cannot do this if you don't collect as much data as you can from the Internet of Things, right? Half the time, before even an interview, a job interview these days, someone says, what's your social media account? So I can see what kind of character you are. Now, if you're in the travel space, if I'm talking about it from the angle of, let's say, a lodge, for example, before your traveler arrives, it is very, very important that you know the traveler. The data analytics part of things and the platforms that are available actually help to be able to get everything about the traveler. If the traveler is willing to share information, if you're within the data protection and privacy spaces, and you're not being intrusive, they can actually simply give you the social media accounts, and you'll know the traveler. And you'll be able to say, when you land in Entebbe, for example, the first place you're going to stop is Coco Beach, because this traveler has a picture eating fish somewhere on his social media. You know what I mean? And this might sound slightly far-fetched, but incidentally, that's what big data analytics brings to the platform. Being able to profile for information and tell you, this is what you present to the traveler, and this is what they want as a traveler. So it's very important to start thinking about adopting analytics platforms. If you're my travel agent for flights, understand that at this time of the year, I go here. Next time, I go there. When I go for 4 days because I squeeze in a day of the weekend, right? So that next time you're coming to me with a package, you're saying, Mr. Biaruhanga, I realize that whenever you travel, you don't come back on Friday, you come on Saturday or Sunday because you want to hang out on Friday, wherever you are. And therefore, there is this package I have for you that on Friday you can go to this location. And for this amount of money, we can pay for you so that you don't have to go and start now lining up, you know, that kind of thing. Understanding the traveler. It's very, very critical these days. But because really it just helps you make, you know, data-driven decisions. Understanding statistics, visualizing them, and communicating appropriately. This is the one I find funky. I don't know how many of you guys passed up there on the opening day. There was a group of guys showing some virtual reality. Ultimately, I think the biggest disrupt that's going to come into the tourism industry is going to be from virtual reality and augmented reality. In English, those goggles that you put on your face and then you start moving your head and seeing what's in there. But let's just talk about it from an angle of how real this can get. A friend of mine, David Gonahasa, he's in the Ministry of Science. I think he's speaking on a panel somewhere later today or so. We were chatting about something they were experimenting. And they were putting a couple of cameras on forest edge to be able to test if you can do something like gorilla trekking online, right? Sounds crazy, right? But think about this. If I have cameras in every corner of this room, just 4 cameras, every corner here, maybe plus 1 in the middle. Someone who is using virtual reality or VR goggles will see everyone in this room. And they don't have to see them the way I'm seeing you now. They can move and continuously engage with you at every angle. Now, why is this scary? Is that the first line I said today is that tourism has been physical. And the future for tourism is bringing physical and digital, right? Now, imagine if I could mountain climb without leaving my desk. If I could get a gorilla experience without leaving my desk. It's massively disruptive, right? And potential huge revenue leakage from the way we see it. But on the flip side, it can double up or even quadruple the sector, because the person who wants to physically experience gorilla trekking is different from the one who's just thinking about it. How many people in the room have gone gorilla trekking here? And this is the tourism sector. Think about how many have gone mountain climbing. Sunday, I'm not talking about the mountains at home there. Eh? This is the tourism sector. You imagine if we got sports or government offices. A lot of people don't want to actually do this stuff, even when they are aware of it. But you can enable and tap into them using digital, right? So we must push both sides. Grow the people who physically go, but also grow those who just want to be lazy on their desks. However, that's not the place to start. First is using this as a way to market destinations, right? Every single time you're going somewhere, you're wondering, oh, what is it like? And it's either positive or negative. It's never in between. You'll either be pleasantly surprised or disappointed. Anyone who's into organizing trips here, you know how many times your customers will call you and tell you, can't imagine the water is not hot, you know, that kind of stuff. And yet, with VR, you can take away half the battle. I can show you where you're going. Yeah? So it's been a tool that's being used heavily for advertising, for creating awareness, and giving you that first bite of the cherry so that by the time you actually go, you know what it's like. On the event side, we used to actually record a lot of videos so that we push them out on social media and give you a bit of an idea of how the event was. And we were experimenting with VR to see, can I give you something that can give you an event feeling, right? Now, the future of all this data that we collect, the data analytics I was talking about, the Internet of Things we're talking about, is that using VR, you can actually now give someone an experience. And that helps with customer engagement, obviously, but being able to tap into what it can be, that's half the sell. I don't want to sit down and we start talking and say, do you have a swimming pool? You know, come on. I mean, we don't have time for this kind of engagement. We need to move faster. We need to close deals faster. And I want you to experience it yourself or get a feel of it so that by the time you come, you're just reliving the dream. So I want you guys to think about VR a bit more seriously and think about AI. I mentioned a little bit about AI in terms of like the chatbots, improving customer experience, language translation. Everyone can say bonjour, but after that, things become interesting. Us guys who come from Western Uganda, we grew up when we could hear Kinyarwanda daily. So we can hear everything, but speaking, things become tough. This is the language that is next door to us. Now, when my friends from Asia come, they first, on arrival, every agent is, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. As soon as they enter the car, then problems begin. And then the customer can't get a good experience, a full experience, because you're not communicating with each other, right? So AI is one of the areas where language translation helps. Virtual travel assistants, because you're not going to be there for every little thing. We talked about AR and VR, which is basically virtual and augmented reality. Travel insurance. How many of you guys sweat with this thing? Until you have to pay more for travel insurance. You're saying, why? I'm always fine when I go. Then they cancel the flight, and then you start trying to figure out where you're going to sleep. This is something that should be automated. Traffic predictions and weather. I think in Kampala, unless you're using the expressway or the bypass, you cannot commit to a time that I'm going to arrive at this time because a trailer can reverse and block the whole way. But think about, let's use gorillas because gorillas are a hit. You know, it's our prize. When you're driving to a place like Bohoma is not a good example right now because the road has been sorted out all the way to, to Kanyantorogo. But if you're going to like Rushaga sector or Nkuringo sector there in Kisoro, it can either be 40 minutes from tarmac or it can be an hour and a half, depending on the rain, right? Also, if you add in the factor of depending on the car you're using, it can be 2 hours. It can also be never. You might not make it. So bringing in the element of AI to sort of be able to communicate and give you the weather predictions in a given area also helps. And this is not just a Ugandan thing. This is a global thing. The idea is that AI comes in from so many different angles that you can automate and be able to save on physical resources that you'd have otherwise used. Another area that we feel like we can harness digital for tourism is, and I think this is one of the more important ones, is sustainability. We know not everyone is eco-conscious. People will cut the trees, and then it's the home of a lot of our, species. Responsibility. You all know the story of the famous gorilla that was trapped by those poachers Bradford, what's the name of the gorilla that was killed in Kuringo sector some time back by the poachers who are trying to catch, I think they're trying to catch antelopes or something. When the society itself is not aware, it's not trained, it's not conscious, when the tourist is not aware, is not conscious, then you have issues around conservation, you have issues around, sustainability of the sector. Now, digital is an area that we can really, really utilize to build sustainable tourism. It is communication, it's messaging, it's the right apps. And I think tourism and sustainability go hand in hand. Now, if we're going to push a lot more of the conversation from a tourism side in terms of attracting and exciting people to come into the sector, we must not forget that it must be sustainable as well. So the whole conversation must be tied together. If you're bringing in AI or data analytics for promoting the tourism, you must also bring it in from a sustainability side. Because unfortunately, there's no plan B, we can't say, okay, if wind is gone, then we can go to, no, it's gone. So we feel like digital is an element that we can definitely use to push the agenda of sustainability much, much strongly, and be able to have tomorrow. Payments. This is, of course, everyone's funkiest and happiest moment. What digital has come in is it makes the collection journey easier, right? Mobile money, e-banking, USSD, crypto, and apps, right? Now, Uganda is a side hustle market. Everyone here has a side hustle. You're selling something else. From the 9 to 5. I have like 10 things I sell. Anyway, the only way you can collect is bringing the digital into your ecosystem, right? Because when a guy says he wants to pay, you must be able to accept all payment options right away. And cash is getting less and less popular because we're too far away from each other. If someone tells you come and collect your money, the cost of reaching there is more than the money. So you have to bring in the digital elements and be able to merge them into the conversation. So to just kind of start tying these things in together is that, one, you must have digital presence to open these accounts and be able to communicate what you're selling, right? Two, you must start utilizing the fourth industrial revolution technologies, the data analytics, to be able to understand, your customer, understand your consumer. You must start automating using AI so that you can reduce on how many people need to do the same thing and using people for the right thing rather than the simpler things, right? You must think about how you can bill and collect. And this whole journey must be digital. Think about your advertisement by bringing the VR and the AR space. Your whole interaction with the customer is not physical at this moment. The whole journey at this stage is all digital, and you're becoming more and more efficient. And that's where you start seeing the data playing a big role. And just to close up, I wanted to talk about one of the newest things in our space, the travel sim. Every time you go somewhere new, again, like we said, when you wake up in the morning, you want to touch your phone. Now, when you go somewhere new, your first problem is Wi-Fi. You're there checking, do they have Wi-Fi? Asking everyone, what's the password? Because one, you want to be on your socials. Then you want to post, I have arrived. Then later you tell your parents, okay, I'm also there. So the last, at the bottom of the pyramid. But if there's no Wi-Fi, and there's not going to be Wi-Fi everywhere, even Singapore doesn't have Wi-Fi everywhere, you'll start looking for those shops, the SIM card shops. And then there's a huge line, and then you're doing the whole KYC, and then you're saying, now what bundles do I need to buy? What is the rate? It's a headache, right? So the latest innovation in the tech space is called the travel sim. And the travel SIM basically enables you to have one SIM card you can use almost anywhere in the world, right? And it doesn't even have to be physical. With the evolution of the eSIM, and most of you don't even know you have eSIM capable phones, with the evolution of eSIM is that you can actually have an eSIM installed on your phone, and you have a small app, and all you need to do is choose where you're going. Load it, have your money on the platform, and then whenever you get into a new country, you just activate, and it immediately picks up the nearest network platform. And your app with data roaming, you don't actually need the voice side of things, because let's be honest, guys, how many of you are using voice for communication? You make voice in-app, with your data platforms, but mostly you just want data, right? Actually, this is something that we're doing as Rock Telecom. There's a lot of guys demoing stuff there at the exhibition side. But it's something you're going to see becoming really, really popular. The travel SIM and the travel eSIM, because you must always be on data. Now, just to summarize the whole thing, is that the mobile phone is the biggest marketing target that we want to go to, right? Because a lot of things communicate with the mobile phone. You're always carrying this phone. It's like you feel naked without a phone. So for us to sell tourism from a digital perspective, we need to speak to the mobile phone. But don't completely forget that the laptop and the desktop and any other digital channels are still angles that you can communicate. But mobile first, right? We need presence on socials. Socials are our biggest channel, and a lot of the socials already have inbuilt data analytics. If you pay some platforms, you might be able to actually understand your consumer better than even having to innovate yourself on it. But what I'm saying is that you must understand the consumer, must understand the customer. That's why the data analytics side of things comes in, right? To communicate more efficiently, I'm suggesting that you enable yourself ways that you can use remote tools. My suggestion today was VR, which is the virtual reality, to give me a sample of the experience. I want to see what the room looks like before I come. I want to know what the food looks like. I want to see the area, the ambience of the place. So utilize VR and AR to be able to give me a sneak peek. But we're seeing that in future we're going to see a whole tourism experience. Actually, this afternoon we have a panel session, a breakout session about digital destinations, which is basically where can you travel to without leaving your comfort, your comfort zone. Can I see the Great Wall of China without leaving my desk? You know what I mean? And that's, it's a thing. It's a thing too. And if you want to go the digital first direction, then you must think about being able to be connected all the time. So whether you're in your home country or outside of the country, you must be able to have your data. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, I think that's kind of like, that's it for today. Thank you.
You will agree with me that we weren't wrong in choosing particularly Biaru Hanga. If you're in a hurry, just call him Biaru. Everything is getting shorter, right? And smaller. I think we chose the right guy to share with us the right topic. Let's give him another round of applause. Biaru, you excited me. But in equal magnitude, you've scared me. I'm scared down right out of my skin. Because clearly, what I thought the job I'm doing like now, of being, many of you call me MC? No, I'm an event flow management consultant. And I thought it was such a big deal. But looks like soon, AI will be doing it. Like you just tell your AI tool, I need an MC that has a bald head, speaks with a strong accent, wears a bow tie, and sometimes speaks longer than the guest he hosts. Boom, and I'm out of business. What about you in your respective spaces? So this is a conversation we need to look at seriously. Travaneza, you heard.
Sorry, to give this man insurance. Last week in the AI Summit, I told people that AI will not replace you, so don't fear. But people who don't use AI will be replaced.
So he has simply given you what they call a Hobson's choice, where this guy has one black car. He has 5 cars, but there's one black car. Others are white and other colors, but it's one black car. So he tells you, come on, you've come to pick a car. Pick any car from the pool, as long as it's black. Pick any car you want, as long as it's. Now there we are. So before you replace me, ladies and gentlemen, let me also try market myself. Those of you who have X handles, mine is there. It's at Kasiati. Please follow me. I'm going nowhere. If you follow me, I will follow you. Then you take me somewhere. Please do that. Biaru speaks about something very important that I would just need to harp on before I invite the next speakers. That tourism, beyond being threatened by physical interactions into AI, does not always have to be about physical features like mountains, rivers, gorillas, and other things. That you can actually attract people, huge sums of people, selling history. Uganda, the history of Uganda in various places. I don't ask Bradford, he's been the punching bag for everyone that comes here to speak. I'm going to ask any one of you in the room, and if there's someone to pass the mic, give them a microphone to answer my question. Who can tell me the location of the first shop in Kampala? I'll give you a hint. The shopkeeper was called Aldina Vislam. Anyone, very quickly? Yogi, do you know? Or are you checking your gadgets? I can see you are on your phones trying to get the direction of the location. Where exactly in Kampala was the first shop owned by Aldina Vislam? Huh? Old Kampala. Because now you know that it must have been in old Kampala. Where exactly? But also that tells you that AI does not pick this data from nether. Someone must deliberately put it there and upload it. Can we learn to tell our histories, like I told you about the story that happened here on the 26th of May, 1886? Right here in Munyonyo, if you just come into the room, we are at a location where some young men were sentenced to death for their religion by their king. And the journey to their execution started right here in Munyonyo to end up in Namugongo. Ladies and gentlemen, that is history. Now we're coming into the even more interesting part of our conversation today, the panel discussion. The panelists, I'm happy to inform you, you have an engaged audience. But even more importantly, an expectant audience that's both real and virtual. And so we're going to do this as we normally do. Attention spans have continuously become shorter. So let's keep it sharp, punchy, and short. And so without further ado, allow me in no particular order of importance, introduce and invite our distinguished panelists. But being the gentleman that I am, it will be ladies first. So, we have an incredible lady who chose that for all they will do in their life is give you an exceptional experience when it comes to travel. I mean, I can't say more than just that. Welcome with me, Laura Kagame, CEO Travoneza, and many other industries. As Laura takes her seat, there is a gentleman in this room who is also in the space of entertainment, but even more importantly, information. He is the CEO of DSTV Uganda and GoTV Uganda. Welcome with me, Hassan Saleh. He's worked in many spaces, including beverages like Coca-Cola. He has worked with telcos and has lived in different parts of the world. And in my conversation with him, he tells me he's been so many places, he's never seen a beautiful place like Uganda. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have a distinguished diplomat in the room. Now, diplomacy, as we knew it, was relations between different countries for politics and trade. But little did we know that that's going to change very rapidly, like we were told earlier on by Paul, that it's investment, trade, and tourism that is top on the agenda of international relations. So representing us in, of all beautiful places, Mombasa, is Ambassador Paul Mukumbia, our consul. Your Excellency, Paul. And where is Paul? Ah, tremendous. I was going to easily replace you because in the room I can see my good friend from Nairobi and other good friend from Arusha in the room doing exactly what you do. And yes, for the longest time, ladies and gentlemen, the postcard image of Kampala as a city is a beautiful building stuck somewhere on Nakasero Hill that seems to overlook all the other rubble that we call buildings in Kampala. You'll agree with me. That's the Sheraton Kampala Hotel, not so? For the longest time, until other buildings started coming up. So welcome with me, the Managing Director of Sheraton Kampala Hotel, Mr. Jean-Philippe Bittencourt. Jean-Philippe, even when we have spoken about AI and its ability to do incredible things, I know for sure we are not about to start downloading food into our stomachs. We'll be eating it physically and smelling it. So I'm coming for my lunch at the Sheraton, right? Don't say, I will send it to you with AI and you download it off your phone. I'm coming for it. And that said, Bittencourt is going to share with us first around unlocking the power of branding, positioning Uganda as a premier tourism destination. Bittencourt, you have your 10 minutes. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Tourism, Tom Butime, distinguished representatives of the tourism sector, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, all protocols observed. First of all, thank you for this honor and this invitation. Thank you so much. So my name is Jean-Philippe Bittencourt. I am French and Brazilian, so it's a good blend. And now I'm becoming Ugandan, as I've been here for the past almost 10 years. So it seems that when I will complete 10 years, I can apply for my citizenship. So it's getting very soon, and I count with your support. I'm glad to be here around so many friends. So I am the general manager of Sheraton Kampala Hotel, and also the MD of Apollo Hotel Corporation, which is the official entity that manages the hotel. I'm also a member of the Uganda Hotel Owner Association. While I represent the international brands, I have special duties. I have some colleagues here of mine, part of UHOA, and I'm very proud to be part of that entity that's very dynamic and active in our tourism sector. I'm a passionate professional in hospitality. I've been in this almost 41 years, so it's been a long road. I worked in different parts of the world. I started in Brazil, South America. I worked in Europe. I finished my studies in France. Then I came back to South America. Then I moved to Middle East. And in 2013, I came to Africa. That's where I joined also the Sheraton brand. First, I was in Djibouti for 3 years, and since 2016, here in Uganda. So I could say it's a large experience in this industry, having seen a lot of transformations, From when I started, we didn't even have computers, so we were doing all the work manually, and today we are here listening about AI, so it's a total different world. And that's, for me, for you it might seem far, but for me it doesn't seem far. It was only in 1984. For me it was yesterday. So, I would like to start with a quote from a lady that I admire a lot, and I'm sure most of you know her. She's an American writer. Her name is Maya Angelou. So it's often said that you can truly know where you're going until you understand where you've been. So the invitation today was to talk about the power of branding and this power of branding, how to use it to position Uganda as a premier destination. So I have to tell a little bit the story of what you know as the Sheraton Hotel. I have to tell you a bit of the story of this Sheraton brand, and I have to tell a bit of the story of the group Sheraton belongs to, which is Marriott. I consider that as three pillars of the success of the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. So first, about the Sheraton Kampala Hotel, it's, I call it as a lady with a certain age that started his life in the 60s. It was built between 1965 and 1967. It was under, the president was Milton Apollo Obote, and he inaugurated this hotel in 67, and recently I was seeing a beautiful video of those years. They even have given colors to that video. So you can find it in YouTube. It's so interesting because it tells a lot about the story of Uganda, and that's what this hotel is. It's an important element of the recent story of Uganda since independence. The hotel was called Apollo in the beginning. Some people still know that it's Apollo Hotel, so it's an important brand, and until today, as I said, in the register, the name is Apollo. When Idi Amin came, he changed the name to International Hotel. That one, I don't think people remember so much. It lasted only a few years. When President Obote came back to power, it became Apollo. And then, unfortunately, we know the story. We went through a civil war in this country until our president, Museveni, came, freed the country, and he was very visionary that that hotel should be brought back to life and bring back the luxurious property to host delegation, international travelers. So there was a major program of renovation. And President Museveni also thought that it was important to give an international brand. So among different brands that have applied, Sheraton, at the time it was called Sheraton ITT, won the bid. And in 1987, the hotel reopened as Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Since then, the hotel has become private. There was a privatization process in 1998, but the name remained and remained until today, even after the acquisition of the brand by Marriott Group. Sheraton still is there. So, as you see, this hotel became a real landmark in the story of the country, in the story of Eastern Africa, and I am sure this hotel is in the heart of most of the Ugandans because we see many of you coming regularly to visit, to spend some time, to have tea, coffee. So it became really a very important place. So this is one of these elements, the power of a brand. Now talking a bit about Sheraton brand, why Sheraton brand became so strong. It's a brand that has also a long history, 88 years. It was created in 1937. That's when my mom was born, so it's before me. And it was in Boston, so it's a typical American group, but it's very fast in the 70s mainly. They have spread it all over the world. investing in some properties, but also through managerial contracts. Today, Sheraton is present in 74 countries and has 446 hotels. It's considered one of the most well-known hotel brands. Like Coca-Cola for sodas, Sheraton is among the 5 most well-known brands all over the world. In 1998, the brand Sheraton was acquired by a conglomerate of brands. It was under a group called Starwood, SPG. And at this time, there was, between the 80s and 90s, there is a big spread in regions like Asia and also in certain parts of Europe. And lately, in 2016, Marriott Group, which is another giant of the hospitality, acquired Starwood. So a lot of people ask, are you Marriott or Starwood? No, we are Sheraton. We are no longer belonging to Starwood. We belong to Marriott International. After this acquisition, that was a very important moment for the brand. The brand went to what we call a revitalizing process. After 88 years, we needed to do some face-up and modernize the brand. So the logos change, some of the concepts, the design, positioning, and about positioning, what became extremely strong. And this was after a big market study, what Sheraton really meant for people. And after a certain number of conclusions, it became strong. Sheraton is the world's gathering place. And this is what we have in our DNA. That's a place for people to meet, to mingle, to have a good time, to do business, to relax, and to enjoy in whichever destination this Sheraton is placed. Now, about the Marriott Group, I have also to highlight, it's another one of these dinosaurs in hospitality. We just celebrated 98 years old. And it started very small. It started as a small restaurant in America, and with the years, it became one of the largest, if not the largest, hospitality groups today. We have, Marriott has 37 brands, which covers different segments. We have the luxury, we have the premium, and the select. Some brands in the luxury, maybe the well-known is the Ritz-Carlton, St. Regis. In the premium, Sheraton is there, Westin, Le Méridien, and in the select we have mid-scale economic brands like Aloft, Elements. Within Marriott Group, there are also all the different Marriott hotels, that JW Marriott, Pure Marriott, Marriott Apartments. So summarizing, it's about we have about 6,000 properties across 120 countries. It's 1,600,000 rooms. So we are one of the most well-positioned. And today, the development of Marriott in Africa, it's very strong, mainly through franchise. And the group see a lot of opportunity. Why the power of Marriott? When we joined Marriott, we saw really a major added value, and I will mention a few of the reasons why. First of all is the Marriott platform. We call it MGS, Marriott Global Source. It's the possibility, it's open for everyone that works in any hotel of Marriott all over the world to have access to knowledge. I call it is a platform of knowledge, because any information that we need, any training, any new concepts we want to implement. Let's say you want to transform your bar, you want to create a new concept of restaurant or a new spa. All this information is there for free. For sure, we pay quite expensive to be part of that, but the benefits are huge. We have the latest information about technology. We have latest information about safety, security, worldwide policies. A lot also have grown in the past years is about sustainability, how we continue developing, respecting the environment and our communities. And training. I think the training is the biggest, because every associate, and that's how we name our employees, has the opportunity to enroll. They have a pass, and they can have access to a multitude of trainings in different areas. And that it's extremely important when we talk about creating a strong brand, a strong company, and being in the service industry. This is really paramount. The second very important point is our loyalty program, how we federate our customers, our guests, and make sure that they only stay in our hotels, in the different brands, every time they move from one country to another, from one region to another. The benefits that one gets being a Marriott Bonvoy member, that's the name of that platform. So every cent that a guest spends in our hotels or restaurants or bars, they accumulate points and they can turn it to benefits. So this is, it's a very important program, and we are really pushed to enroll more people and to make sure that we appreciate and recognize that particular guest. These guests, there is two ways of, let's say, we communicate with them quite a lot. So one, it's part also of the recently technology developments. First is our website. So in Marriott.com, you can find all sort of different hotels that you can book and the service that the hotel provides and other services. And most importantly is the Marriott Bonvoy application on your mobiles, where a guest can book. A guest can talk with the hotel before arrival. He can do his check-in online. He can ask for any, we were talking about preferences here, and that's so important because guests are not the same. Someone was talking here about dietary restrictions, and that's today so important. I sometimes we get a bit crazy with that because the dietary restrictions can be much more than vegetarian, vegan. There are people that really have very specific requirements, and we have to deal with that, otherwise we are out of the market. So preferences can be about the food, about the beverage, about in the room having more pillows or feather pillows. So all these this application allow us to know everything in advance. And the guests that are very familiar with the application, that almost they don't need to come to the reception to talk with any of our associates. They can just use our chat. We have a guest service center that is 24 hours online that respond to any request of the guest. Another thing, the application that was one of the developments recently, and this is very important in terms of security. In the application on the phone, we don't need cards to open the rooms anymore. We have a system of mobile key. So if the guest choose for this mobile key, he just use it to open his room. And there are more developments to come, especially in the food and beverage area, the in-room dining, in the healthness or wellness area too, which are on process. At the moment, we are going through a new big way of change. All our platform, we call our sales distribution, is going to be replaced by a new one, which is very much in line with AI. So we are just, I have my director of sales and marketing here, and some of they are going through the trainings and awareness of that. Another very important program is that we are focused on a daily basis is our guest satisfaction. And that's what we call the guest voice. And we have targets. We must comply with these targets, meaning that our guests must give us, so the ratings are from 1 to 10. We consider that everything below 8 is not good. If we want a guest that is really wowed, that is really extremely satisfied with the services, he must give us 9 and 10. If you get 8, you lose points. So our daily campaign, all the services involved, is to make sure that guests are going to give 9s and 10s. The guests, they receive their surveys randomly after their departure, but we have also, especially the loyalty members, they can go at any time in the platform and rate us. So this is why the level of exigence with service, it's very high, and to be able to respond to that, training, briefings, meetings, committees that are focused in specific subjects must be there. It's a whole system in place that keeps on trying its best to achieve these targets. If we are not in target, we have penalties, and the penalties are financial. So we have to make sure that the hotel is in that guest satisfaction compliance. Every year the target changes. Last year our target was about 70%. We needed to have 70% of the people responding those 9 and 10s. Because we have achieved 72, the target was raised to 75. The hotels that perform the best, they are around 80, 82. So I am very proud of that, because here in Uganda, with a hotel that has 60 years old almost, we manage through service, to the service of the people, to the service of our associates, to guarantee that level of satisfaction. We watch also other customer satisfaction platforms, like TripAdvisor is very, very important for us, and I hope it's for all of you too. Booking.com, which is a very important travel agency, travel agent online, Expedia, even Google. A lot of people come to our properties. You might know, you get that location and ask about your satisfaction. So we receive all these comments on a daily basis, and we take care of this very, very, very seriously. We have a committee every day that sits only to comment and review what guests are talking about us. So this is all to show you how important it is being part of a brand or working for a brand, to take in consideration these different areas. I could talk also about other areas that are very important related to safety, security. This is also paramount, the compliance we need to have, and also with everything that has to do with food safety. The sustainability programs became also one criteria that a lot of companies and guests take it very seriously. If a guest find, and still we haven't been able to eliminate completely, but there is a strong demand to eliminate the PET bottles. So we are in a process now to replace all the PET bottles by the glass. I'm happy to see here. This is one of the brands. There is another brand in Uganda that is also now producing the glass bottles, which are much more environmental friendly. Now that I have spoken quite a lot about the power of these 3 components of Sheraton Kampala Hotel, I would like to transition it to a branding that it's about Uganda. So the same concept and ideas can be applied here, definitely, so that we can become a premier world destination. We need a clear and consistent brand that stays with visitors long after they leave. A great brand helps people choose you over other places with similar weather or similar safaris. Why people choose Kenya or Tanzania or Rwanda? We must really focus, they must choose Uganda. What truly sets you apart is perception, emotion, and trust. That is why we need to curate the story we want visitors to take home. That Uganda is authentic, warm, enjoyable, and easy to explore. So the storytelling became something extremely important. As I have told you the story of our brand and the hotel, that's the same about Uganda, how we tell the story. And Uganda is extremely rich in story, in culture, and but we all of us here, we must know in order to be able to tell. When my colleague here asked about whoever went to the gorilla trekking, it should be an obligation for all of us. I did it already, but we all should do it. Recently, I discovered a new destination, is the Chibale Forest. It was so fantastic. I haven't done it before. But I can tell you that it was not only the forest and the chimps, but I have some cultural experience there that are unforgettable for me. I spent some time with very simple people preparing banana beer, banana gin, banana juice, just in front of me, a very humble family. I can't forget that. This is emotion. These people there, they didn't even have light in their house. It was already getting dark. And I was asking, they don't have at least solar panels. They might not have had the opportunity to acquire it. There was that lady also that have pounded coffee, Robusta coffee that she plants in her garden in front of me, and roasted and grinded, and then she prepared a delicious coffee. So this was really an experience. The beauty of the nature is there, but this contact with the people was really fantastic. So storytelling. So now I'm telling you this story, but this story I'm telling for my friends, my family, and that will make people feel like coming to Uganda to have this experience too. I want to give an example that I consider very successful so far is Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines was recreated as a national carrier, and it's really reflecting the country's identity and tells its story. From crew uniforms to service, in-flight content, every detail is showcasing Ugandan story and shaping perceptions. If that story continues throughout the guest's entire journey, from landing in Entebbe to the hotel welcome, to the tour guide in Bwindi, and even the coffee they take home, it creates brand consistency, and that is priceless. So it's our responsibility. It's not only the carrier, it's not only the hotel, but it's everything that is related to the journey of any tourist here in Uganda. Uganda already holds the raw material, world-class coffee, fruits, natural wonders like the Nile, Rwenzori Mountains, Murchison Falls, Bwindi Forest, Lake Bunyoni, and rich wildlife with the highlight for the gorillas. These are branding assets that offer a taste of Uganda. People remember and talk about. Our strength lies in depth, raw beauty, and authenticity. We can shape these elements into a compelling story that defines our brand and share it with the world. However, a great story is not enough to build a competitive brand. So it needs digital visibility. My predecessor here was talking about all this. So we must be present in all digital platforms with beautiful pictures, with videos. Because a traveler's journey and first impression begin online. It's when we create the desirability. Consistent creative storytelling, along with sharp visuals, must be non-negotiable. We must partner with content creators. So this is a very important thing, and the young people are very good on that. You were already in your, when you went to your studies and then professional life, immediately you have embraced digital. So it's something you know how to do. Tour operators and influencers to consistently showcase the Uganda we know and love. But that alone won't unlock our full tourism potential. This is very important. That's a message for certain sectors. Strong public-private collaboration is necessary. The Ugandan Tourism Board, government and private sector must work together on policies, infrastructure improvements, that for me it's really key, investment incentives, among others. Infrastructure, it's really something that we must all focus in this time, improving the quality of the roads. There was a big effort with this convention center, and I really congratulate the investors and the Ugandan government to offer to the world this Munyonyo Conference Center. It's a world-class facility, and we can now compete much better with our neighbors. But we still, the airport has improved a lot. It's really looking like an international airport. But the roads, I think, is the point that we need to focus. Roads in the cities, outside the cities. My friend Bradford, my friend Yogi, we know we must put some pressure on that. Uganda must also invest in standing out at international expos, showcasing immersive, experience that bring our story to life. So presence in all these trade shows like POATE. There are trade shows like this in different destinations. In Asia, Honorable Bigumi at the moment is doing a very good exhibition about Uganda in different Asian countries, and we, as UHOA, we are supporting her. She's done already, I think, Kuala Lumpur, she's doing Bangkok, she's doing Jakarta, and Vietnam. So she's showcasing Uganda to bring investments here. To wrap up, Ugandan's power lies in authenticity, and this is currency that builds trust, spread by word of mouth, and it's what travelers seek. Brands that thrive stay true to themselves, no matter their size. Whether running a boutique safari lodge or managing a global hotel chain like Sheraton, the branding principles remain: know your story, align your team behind it, tell your story well, again and again. Consistently deliver on your promise, build trust, and trust builds legacy. Let's not dilute our story by imitating others. Let's brand Uganda as Uganda, rich in beauty, with fertile land, and the welcome is genuine. As GM of Sheraton Kampala and board member of UHOA, I'm committed to working with the right stakeholders to shape a tourist brand that truly reflects the spirit of this country. Uganda is ready for the world, and the time to unlock our brand's power is now. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Sorry I took much time than it was planned.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Bittencourt. Now I got the pronunciation of your name. He deserves a hand clap, bigger than you gave him. Folks, you will agree with me that when it's all said and done, by 4 p.m. today, right? I see you taking notes, taking pictures, but I can bet that by 4 p.m. today, you will have forgotten over 80% of what has been said here. But what you won't forget is how we looked like. At least for me, you will not forget that I was here with a bald head and a bow tie. And that's the power of branding. Thank you. So, having heard from Mr. Bittencourt, now let's get a bit diplomatic. Serious and hard. Now, Your Excellency, we know that you're there, not just popping champagne and attending huge banquets and representing Uganda in serious meetings, speaking serious English and issuing not verbals and all the other things that make of diplomatic engagement. You are marketing our country, and strategically so, even more this time. But that's not mine to share. That's yours to come and present to these people who are eagerly listening. Most welcome.
Thank you very much, Simon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Mukumbya. I'm an ambassador. I have been with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the last about 31 years. I'm now about 35 years old. So, so that's the work I've been doing. I've been in the diplomatic service all my working life. And
Your Excellency, it's not diplomatic to be interrupted. But because the interruption has something about welfare, please give me a second to interrupt you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know for sure that some of you may deserve something like a break to have a cup of tea. But it's going to be a working one. So quietly and politely, depending on the need that you're holding on to, step out, pick a cup of coffee or tea, beautiful and well brewed, and come back into the room. But do so like a cat walks. Make no noise, make no disruption. Your Excellency, let's proceed.
thank you, Simon. And I'm the Consul General of Uganda based in Mombasa. The Consulate General of Mombasa is part of the missions that the Uganda has in Kenya. We also have a High Commission in Nairobi. The Consulate General takes care of Uganda's interests at the port of Mombasa, but also the 6 coastal counties of Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, Taita Taveta, Lamu, and Tana River. Before I begin my presentation, I want to play a short video showing some of the work that we have been doing. It's not going to be an academic presentation. Mine is a presentation of experiences, the work that we have been doing promoting Uganda in Kenya and beyond, especially over the last 4 years. So can I ask the technical team to please play a short, about 3 minutes, and then I will talk for another maybe maximum 7 or so minutes. So I don't intend to go much beyond 15 minutes to the maximum. So please play that video.
Welcome to Uganda, a land nestled in the heart of East Africa, covered with breathtaking beauty, timeless landscape, and rich cultural heritage. A land where nature thrives in its purest form. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
About the role of Uganda missions abroad in promoting Destination Uganda. And I will talk about the paradigm shift that there has been. Simon talked about the champagne, the wining and dining. That was then. These days, we do what we call economic and commercial diplomacy. And economic and commercial diplomacy is nothing but promotion of tourism, trade, and investment. And a lot of work these days for the Ugandans in the room. You see Uganda, all Uganda missions. Actually, the GM of Sheraton has just talked about what our mission in Kuala Lumpur is doing to promote Uganda. So a lot of our missions are doing a lot of tourism, trade, and investment promotion. And you see a lot of these missions bringing in delegations here, taking delegations out, and this has been as a result of a lot of support that we have got from the Ministry of Finance, particularly PSST, Dr. Ramadan Gobi, and the PS Foreign Affairs, Honorable Francis Bagire, because of the realization that indeed Uganda missions abroad can play a big role in the realization of the tenfold growth of our GDP by 2040. So indeed, we are playing a key role in the ATMs. I think it was Bradford who talked about the ATMs, which are agro-industrialization for A, tourism development for T, mineral development for M, and STI, science, technology, and innovation. And you can see that because of where we are variously located, the Uganda's missions abroad have got a key role to play in the achievement of the tenfold growth. So indeed, the government has given this year, this financial year, 12 missions. We are given funds for ECD, and moving forward in the next financial year, I think all Uganda missions abroad are going to be facilitated to do ECD work. So indeed, there is less wining and dining, but that doesn't mean we don't take wine, because even as you take wine, you are also doing the deals. We don't just take wine for the sake of it, but we take wine because the important decisions are not taken in the boardrooms like this, but many times over a cup of tea, over a glass of wine, or over a meal. So that's why we also keep wining and dining as part of our work. So now I want to come nearer home to what the Uganda Consulate in Mombasa has been doing in tourism. I'm presenting a case study of Uganda Consulate in Mombasa to show what the missions can do to promote Destination Uganda. In Mombasa, we came up with what we call the Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference. I don't know how many of the Ugandans here have heard about that initiative or participated in it. Please raise your hand if you have heard about the Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference. Yeah, I can see there is a sizable number. So the initiative we came up lies on the concept of complementarity other than competition. We realized that the Kenya Coast, which is the tourism hub of Kenya, has their beaches, and a few historical sites. But at the same time, we realized that Uganda, we have products that the Kenya Coast doesn't have. Someone talked about Coco Beach in Entebbe, very beautiful beach for Uganda. But we know that we can't compete with the Kenya Coast in the area of beaches. So we agreed that we can jointly promote these products. They can promote the beaches, so that a tourist, an international tourist who comes to the region, can first go and see the beaches, and then cross over to Uganda and see the mountain gorillas, the chimpanzees, the Murchison Falls, all these products which are not at the Kenya Coast. So we've been promoting cross-selling from the beach to the bush, or from the bush to the beach. And we know that it is working. we know that a lot of tourists who come to Uganda, to Kenya coast, are now coming over to Uganda on the same itinerary. And this is working towards realization of promoting East Africa as a single tourist destination. So we've had 3 conferences. The first one was in 2022 in Mombasa, which was attended by about 250 delegates. We had the second conference in Diani in 2023, attended by about 500 delegates. We had the third conference last year here in Munyonyo, attended by over 600 delegates. So you can see that through this platform of the Uganda-Kenya Coast Tourism Conference, we are really doing a lot to promote Uganda. A lot of interest has been gained, and this year in October, we have the 4th conference that will happen in Malindi, Kilifi County, and again, we look forward to receiving many Ugandans and other guests in Malindi. And this has been gaining traction. Actually, in 2023, when we had the second conference in Diani, normally Uganda Airlines flies a Bombardier on the Entebbe-Mombasa route. But in 2023, we had to ask Uganda Airlines to deploy this Airbus that has started flying the Entebbe-London Gatwick route, because there were so many Ugandans, over 200 Ugandans, that wanted to attend the conference. And then after the conference, we do what is popularly known as farm trips. We've been doing farm trips again since 2022. And we have brought in here over 100 Ugandan tour operators, travel agents, and the hoteliers to experience firsthand. Because we believe, I've been talking about what we call Google operators. Someone goes online and Googles an itinerary. They have no idea where Bwindi is. They have no idea where Kibale is. They have no idea where Machon Falls is. But now we have over 100 Kenyan tour companies and travel agents who have been to all these places. And it means that now they are selling these places from a point of knowledge, from a point of experience. When they are booking a guest, for example, at Chimpundu Lodge in Kibale National Park, they have been there, they have stayed there. When they are booking someone to go and stay at Sambia Lodge in Machon Falls, they have been there, and these are the places we have been taking them to. And it means that on top of the consulate, which is a diplomatic mission in Kenya, we now have over 100 ambassadors in Kenya selling Uganda. And this is no mean achievement. And they sell Uganda not only to Kenyans, but even to international tourists. So we have also been doing these farm trips, but we have also been taking the Ugandans to Kenya, because the Ugandans love the Kenya coast, and the Kenya hotels love hosting, for example, a Ugandan party or a Ugandan wedding. And they always say that if you can host 4 Ugandan weddings at your hotel in a year, then you will have broken even. Because if 200 Ugandans descend at a hotel facility at the Kenya coast, and they stay there for 3 days, by the time they leave after 3 days, they will have done enough justice to that hotel. So the Kenya coast is very popular to Ugandans, although we are not directly promoting the coast, but we know that the Ugandans, when they sell the Kenya coast, they also bring in money here. So it is not that we are really promoting the Kenya coast, but we are also promoting the Ugandan businesses, the Ugandan tour operators, to also understand the products at the Kenya coast in a better way, so that they are able to sell them. Then we have also been doing sports tourism, but we started with golf tourism. So I think it was Bradford who talked about reasonable disposable income, but me, I always use the expression of reasonable disposable income. Do we have any golfers in this room? Okay. Okay. So we have only 2 people with reasonable disposable income in this room, unfortunately. Because golfers are people who are known to have reasonable disposable income. So we wanted to, the entry point for us into the tourism, into sports tourism, was to promote golf tourism. We had the inaugural golf tournament in Kilifi in 2020, last year, in 2024, but we had a return golf tournament at Kampala Golf Club in November, and we brought in about 50 Kenyan golfers to play golf with their Ugandan counterparts. And someone else was also talking about the value out of tourism. You can imagine if a golfer comes to Uganda and stays for about 4 or 5 nights, most likely they will have spent more than $5,000. So we wanted to tap first into those people with reasonable disposable income before we come to those who play the other games where they don't really spend a lot of money. So we really put our focus, and we are having the 3rd golf tournament again later this year. So what we have done is that these golf tournaments happen alongside the tourism conferences. So when we have the 4th conference in Malindi in October on 27th and 28th, we shall have a golf tournament at Vipingo Ridge. Vipingo Ridge is, they call them PGA. I don't know what PGA means, but it's a PGA golf course, and that's where we shall have, for me, by the way, I haven't started playing golf. The only reason is that I've been working for the last 31 years, but I have not yet accumulated reasonable disposable income. So the day you see me on a golf course, congratulate me on having got reasonable disposable income, and I will do that very soon. So really, this is the concept that these are the concepts that we are moving with in terms of tourism promotion. But you know, tourism touches on all sectors of the economy. Now, as we're promoting tourism, another opportunity came up. At the Kenya coast, there's so many big hotels. They don't have enough pineapples. Those that are there, you know, you people who have tasted the Ugandan pineapple, you know it. They don't have sweet bananas. Those that are there, they call them bananas, but they are not sweet. Sometimes they don't even have enough watermelons. So now for us, through these partnerships, we have identified a market for Ugandan fruits for the hotels at the Kenya coast. And we are beginning to see Ugandans exporting these fruits to the Kenya coast. So but we have also been successful in our work, mainly because of private sector partnerships. When we had the first conference in 2022, the Ugandans who traveled for this conference, they didn't pay for accommodation. They were given complimentary accommodation by the hotels at the Kenya coast. And I wish to encourage more Ugandan hotels to learn from this. I heard the GM here is a member of UHOA, but we need to learn more to give complimentary offers. They really work. I know they work. We struggled to find accommodation when we had the conference here last year. Even when we wanted to pay a discounted rate for our guests, the hotels were still asking in the range of $150. I will not quote the hotels that we approached, but those that have been very responsive are the lodges up country. The lodges have really been very supportive. Many of them give us a complimentary accommodation. Some of them will give us a heavily discounted rate. Some of them will tell you that, no, you just pay for the meals. So the lodges up country, the Chimpundus, all the lodges up country in the conservation areas, they have really been very supportive, and they have been giving us a lot. The tour operators, last year we brought in a very big group for the farm trip of 70 tour operators, but we didn't hire a single Land Cruiser. They gave us the Land Cruisers and told us that, okay, you put the fuel and pay the drivers. So the tour operators have been very supportive, both here and at the Kenya coast. Actually, initially, before government gave us resources, we were thriving mainly on partnerships with the private sector. They would give us the accommodation, they would give us the tourist vehicles. So really, I wish to encourage more hotels, especially around Kampala, to also know and learn that when you support these activities, because when a tour operator comes and stays at your facility, most probably when they are bringing in a guest, unless they had a bad experience, but most probably when they are bringing in their guests, they will book them at the facility where they stayed. That's how I keep talking about Chimpundu, because those saw the value since 2022 when we started these initiatives. So we really thank especially the lodge owners and the tour operators in Uganda, but also those at the Kenya coast for really being very supportive. Without their support, we wouldn't have been able to make this progress that we have made. So you can see, by way of summary, how the missions, they are very well strategically located and positioned to support tourism. Because, for example, when we come to organization of farm trips, we know Kenya and we know where we are bringing them. We are able to get the partnerships, we are able to get government support in our host countries and also in our home country. So this is a very big strategic advantage, which maybe not many other agencies of government may have, because we are operating there. We understand the environment there, but we also know where we come from. So really, this is a very big strategic advantage for Uganda missions to promote tourism growth. And we are also able to advise what best strategy government and the private sector can take. You have heard now how our mission, as I said before, in Asia is making inroads in all these source markets. We have made a lot of inroads in the Kenyan, and by the way, those who may not know, Kenya is our #1 source market for visitors to Uganda. I think last year it was in the range of about 460 or 70 or thereabout. But we are also seeing a growth in those that travel here for leisure. And we assume that this is a result, because previously many would come for business, visiting relatives, but we are seeing the trend now changing, where we are seeing more and more are traveling for leisure. That means that they are also spending more money. So we are able to advise government, but we are also able to make regular follow-up. When we bring tour operators here on a farm trip, we are able to keep monitoring and evaluating their performance. It is not a one-off. Every year we meet them. What have you done? What challenges have you faced? Maybe if the government agency here organized a farm trip, of course these days you can follow up online and virtually, but for us, we are, like next week, we are going to be in Nairobi, following up with those that came on the farm trip here last year. What have you done? What challenges? So we are able to keep engaging them. And since 2022, each year has a WhatsApp group. And they keep asking questions. They keep asking, what can we do? Where can I do? Who can I recommend? And we have also been able to create these direct contacts between the private sector. If someone from Kenya is sending a guest here, they don't have to worry, who is going to handle my guests? Because they have been able to make networks and partnerships here, and when they are sending their guests, they are very sure where they are sending them, they are very sure who is going to handle them. So these are some of the strategic advantages that Uganda missions have in supporting the destination Uganda. We have been getting a lot of support from UTB, from UTA, and all its private sector membership, and we shall continue to rely on their support. So thank you very much. I've taken about 15 minutes. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Kumbia, for that illustrious assurance that indeed you are not just popping champagne and cheering, but you are actually selling Destination Uganda. And for some of us can attest, at least I see Doreen in the room from Nairobi, our Minister Council. You may wish to wave to the people. She held forth as acting High Commissioner of Uganda to Nairobi. And 2 years ago, during our Independence Day celebrations, I was happy to be her guest at a beautiful event at Muthaiga Golf Club, where indeed we can pay true testimony that when you have not even 200 Ugandans, 50 Ugandans can do justice to a day's production of a brewery, and we do it very well. That said, we are running fast out of time for this morning session. We're already in the afternoon. But the afternoon, we'll also have a little more conversations and breakaway sessions, and we'll be announcing the different topics for you to choose where you'd want to be. But for now, we are all together in this plenary. Basana Mukumbia did talk about disposable income, and there is a clear manifestation that that's not necessary in golf. But young people are increasingly deciding not to spend their hard-earned money buying plots of land or cars, but choosing to have an experience of especially their country. Now, one particularly young person decided that they will tap into this market and say, tourists will not be coming from Nether to come into Uganda only. How about the Ugandans touring their own country? Many of you, the only time you leave your comfort zone in Kampala to go to your villages is for Kuhinjira, a funeral here, and maybe that hyped Christmas break. How about you visit another part of the country, far away from where your ancestors are? Travoneza is your answer, and she's here to share with us that risky but transformational story of deciding that her niche market will be the Ugandan visiting their own country. Welcome with me, Laura Kagame.
Hello, everyone. I didn't expect to be doing this at this time, this late, so many of you must be tired, hungry, and I was hoping I would go first. I'm not 100%. I have a horrible cold, and somehow this has started happening every time I come to the city. You know, I think I'm allergic to not being on the road. I'm allergic to not traveling. You know, so I'm usually more upbeat than this, but I'll try because this is my passion. But secondly, you told me, Isaac, that this was a panel discussion, so I didn't expect a whole speech. I think he wanted me to wing it because I speak so passionately about tourism. I don't think he even thought that I needed to prepare a speech, but alas, thank God for these. So about me, my name is Laura Kagame, and I am the managing director of Travoneza, a leading holidays company, which I hope many of you have heard about, because if you haven't, it will really break my heart. We really advertise a lot. And then I am also a managing director of a hotel group called Acacia Hotel Group, with two interesting business hotels in Mbara, and then the third is actually my latest business baby, and that is Acacia Wilderness Lodge. It's a gem in Queen Elizabeth. I will talk about it a bit later, you know, because it's very tied into domestic tourism. So I'm here to talk about domestic tourism. I'm here to talk about how and why I advocate for the Ugandan to first visit their backyard before they go born. So I'll talk about my parents more. They always celebrated everything, every little achievement outside the home. You know, every Easter, everything was always where we're going. And even if it was to to a nearby town, to whatever it is, you know, we always did that. And somehow a lot of our neighbors, other people didn't do that. Before we came back to Uganda, we lived elsewhere, and maybe they adopted that from elsewhere. But up with that, you know, that has always been in me. And I keep sharing that every time we went on holiday, One, we were never beaten. There were no punishments. We didn't have bedtime. My parents always told, that's when my dad would tell us all those stories of how he walked 30 kilometers to school, walking through lions, elephants, and everything. So we would bond so much as a family. All my childhood memories, my happiest childhood memories are when we were traveling. So for me, travel has always equaled happiness. And what I also saw was that, unlike what many people think, to travel does not mean that you have to go far. It doesn't mean Dubai, whatnot. Wherever you can go. Where, as children, even just packing our bags to go somewhere, just not sleeping in our beds and not boarding school was exciting enough, So so that has always been in me, Now, to the extent that, let me just give this example. Now, when we were younger, we traveled a lot to to Mwea Upper, right? The hostel. So that for those of you who know the Mwea area in Queen Elizabeth, there's the Mwea Safari Lodge that most of you know. Then near it, there are hostels, guest houses, all those rooms with double deckers, and etc. Now, as a family, we actually went and stayed a lot, many times. I don't know how many times we did that, right? Sleeping in the dormitories. Then we would actually cross over and go to Mwea Safari Lodge for maybe one meal and maybe swim here and there. Would obviously beg, and they would allow us maybe to go there to swim a second time. But what I actually loved was when we would get on the boat, and I'm always talking about the Kazinga boat ride, being my best tourist experience in Uganda, really not because of how fancy or whatever, it's just so nostalgic to me, because guess what? On that boat, we would be there with everyone in from their fancy lodges, with all the tourists. We'd be there seeing the same elephant, the same lion. Okay, not on the boat, you don't see lions. I mean the same animals, experiencing the same, basically all the game drives were the same for all of us. The Muntua Wansi and what's opposite of Muntua Wansi? Muntua Wagulu. Yes, so I grew up with that mentality of, go on holiday and experience all this. It doesn't matter what income level you have and, all that. So for me, domestic tourism really is at the heart of everything. And from the very beginning, from the time I founded, from the time I started Travoneza, the Ugandan has been my only customer, my market. I actually made that decision to do, to serve the Ugandan, to take them on holiday, wherever you want to go, even if it is Dubai, even if it is Malaysia, whatever it is. But we always had a rule in office, right? That before you go anywhere, you have to have at least traveled to 3 domestic destinations. And I don't mean your village. I don't mean to go somewhere for burial. No, you've packed your clothes and gone on holiday, right? And I would playfully do this, like literally ask people, so first tell me, where have you been? Then you see people fumbling. We just made it a culture. Of course, we wouldn't refuse to book them, but for some people it would actually work. And even when we would, as Travoneza would go to corporate companies to pitch for their team buildings, we would, we wouldn't just start from Dubai or, all those days. We would start from Queen Elizabeth, Markson, CP Falls, and then on to the other destinations, basically give them all the options. Of course, for me, always hoping that they would start with a domestic trip. And fortunately, I've always been one of those that that doesn't really look at money first, right? Because I know that anyway, even if they started with, the domestic trips, which we think are so much cheaper, they will still eventually, get to all the other destinations. So, but on a more serious note, by the way, let me finish the story about that lodge, that place where we always stayed at in dormitories as a family, right, when we were much younger. About 2 years ago, I was just reading the papers and I saw this UA concession. UA decided to advertise concessions for the first time in how long? I don't know if they had done it before. It was the first time I was seeing it. And then I saw this Mwea Upper up for concession, and as Travoneza, I actually dared to bid. Now, me, I had never actually handled a bid like that. My God, it felt like I was putting my whole life there. But anyway, we actually got it. We actually won the bid. And I wish, if I had known that this was going to be a full presentation, I would have shown you the before and the after now, because there are no dormitories. However, we have kept it extremely affordable. That place that we stayed at, that was a hostel and guest houses and really run down, but like I said, we were seeing the same elephants as everyone else, is now a very beautiful, extremely beautiful gem. You know, none of my words will do it justice. And I built it with a Ugandan in mind, you know, because as Travoneza, we know, we have really understood the Ugandan, you know, tourism user. Exactly, you know, what they complain about, how they prefer their rooms, their food, everything. So we built it with a Ugandan in mind. And yeah, so it's only 6 months old, and I think that's why I'm getting all these allergies. I've been spending so much time in the bush where the air is not like this, so yeah, so you'll excuse me. But yes, so did I mention the lodge is called Acacia Wilderness Lodge? This is me now plugging. Okay, so why domestic tourism? There are so many reasons why domestic tourism is very important, except apart from it just being very dear to me. For a country, it helps us to flatten the seasons curve. Now, you know how in tourism we can go through very brutal low seasons where there are hardly any guests. Now, when you have the domestic tourist, when you have the domestic market in check, you know, you know, Ugandans just won't stop traveling. There will always be a birthday, a wedding, corporate retreats. None of those things are seasonal, you know. So what we've found, even in just the 6 months of operation that we've that I've had at the lodge, during the low season, where a lot of lodges were very quiet, we actually had quite a number of people, because I just sell, you know, non-stop. I sell honeymoons, I sell, you know, all the things. So we had a constant flow of Ugandans. To the extent that I started, we started getting asked how and why and what we were doing that was different, you know. So I believe domestic tourism helps to flatten that curve. Secondly, it really has such a ripple effect. This actually ties in with Mr. James Biaruhanga's presentation of social media and the algorithm. When you have so many of your citizens traveling within a country, then a lot of them are posting. And when a lot of people are posting the destinations in that country, the algorithm just picks up on that, and basically this destination goes even further and further and further. I've found that this is actually what happens in Kenya, in South Africa, basically in other countries. So the more we do this, the more we focus, even as a country, on domestic tourism, the more the word will get out there even more, you know, like I'll let you use all Biaru's explanations about AI and the algorithm and everything, but it starts from there. So we need more Ugandans traveling to have a lot of this content online for it to, you know, have a bigger impact. Another one that's actually interesting about what makes domestic tourism very important for a country is it increases investment by the locals. Now, I'll tell you, remember when we were locked up in COVID and we couldn't go anywhere, and then everyone who used to travel to Dubai and everything now suddenly, you know, was looking for where they could go within Uganda. I'll tell you, it was so bad that people would call us and say, oh, I want to go to Mwea with my family. Or I want to go to Para with my family. You know, they actually meant, from where they actually meant Queen Elizabeth. They didn't know any other lodge, and I'm not kidding you. Many people didn't know many of the lodges. A lot of Ugandans discovered many of the lodges in our game packs during COVID. And so many Ugandans did the rounds. We took costas and costas of people. I don't think we see that as much anymore, like people traveling in groups. A lot of people do it more individually now. But the point is, so many Ugandans got to visit Uganda during COVID. And do you know what has happened ever since then? Because I would have so many of these discussions with people like, what? You mean you can actually do this? You can buy land in Bunyonyi, in Bwindi, in Makisan, and develop this. So many Ugandans have actually started to develop properties in the parks. So many since COVID, you know, and we're beginning to see them crop up. Maybe I'm one of them. My reason was not COVID, but there are so many that have come up with that. And so, you know, the more Ugandans go out there, they'll actually see the opportunities. So you have all these really good businessmen, right? A lot of you that are just not traveling within Uganda as much. But if you did, even just, let's say, traveling to Mbara, that's actually better. Where was I recently? Like, there are very few clean rest stops. I don't know if you've experienced that, or attractive rest stops on the way, you know? So you find that when these entrepreneurs travel more within the country, they're able to identify all these things. So now we have more cafes coming up along the way, more, you know, all these tourist activities, zip lines popping up here and there, because they've seen the need to, and that was all through domestic travel. You know, so they're just, apart from the obvious, you know, increasing revenues within a country, I really do believe that domestic tourism really is important for a country, and that is where it starts. You know, many of us think that, many Ugandans think that tourism is for others. I'm trying to wonder if I can say Bazungu here. For, you know, you know, so because that's almost in every room. That's what tourism feels like. You know, we're always talking about bringing that tourist into Uganda from, you know, everywhere else. And the domestic tourist, the domestic traveler is usually really overlooked. And I truly believe that for any country to truly prosper when it comes to tourism, is that it has to start from home. You have to start by visiting your backyard. Since I'm winging it, maybe I'll just add one more thing. If you ask, like, also for as Travoneza, as Laura, how we found that the easiest way to go about increasing domestic tourism, you know, I found that the best way was through travel empowerment. Now, what is empowerment? Empowerment is just enabling an individual to do what they desire, to do what they love better. So you're empowering them to do it better. You're helping them to do it better. Because many Ugandans, yes, we didn't have to sell travel to them. Everyone wants to travel. Everyone wants to see, you know, destinations out there. But then we've just had so many limiting beliefs that I've talked about, right? So we had to put certain things in place that we found that actually made it easier, more convenient, and improved. One of them is the travel wallet that we have on our website that you can put money aside every month in a simple 3-step process. So what did this do? We started advertising or communicating to people that to make travel easier, you actually, if you decide to travel, if you decide you're going to travel annually, then you have to put money aside monthly. All these tourists that you see, you know, going to Bwindi, going to see the gorillas, etc. They didn't just wake up and spend $5,000. These guys have spent, you know, 2 years either paying in installments over their credit cards and things like that. But they you know, they're not just, it wasn't just a one-off. And yet, you know, many of us Ugandans are. So we had to try and see how to solve that problem. And it's actually worked. We have quite a number of people who have standing debit orders going into these wallets. It's a very transparent process. You can check your balance anytime. You can use that wallet to pay for your trips. But what am I trying to say? For the last 4 or 5 years, we've been communicating that if you want to travel, then the only way to do it is to be able to pay in installments, to be able to pay, to put money aside monthly, to be able to realize this travel dream of yours. And then on the flip side, we realized that, okay, we cannot change everyone. Like, it's culture. So many of us are very last minute, right? So we've actually partnered with a very reputable travel, credit company, and we are launching next month what we're calling Travel Now and Pay Later. So with Travel Now, you'd actually just be able to pay a small deposit, 20 to 30%, and then travel and come back and pay in 6 months installments after your trip. You know, in Kenya, it's called Lipa Later. In Nigeria, something else, but it's something that's also being done elsewhere that we thought, you know, we could try here. I know a lot of you are looking at me like, are you sure you want to do that? Yes, we will do it, and it will work. And then tutorials. We realized that from the very beginning, a lot of our, if you follow a lot of our pages, a lot of our ads are like tutorials. Like, we really had to to really show these destinations, to teach people, not really teach sounds like it's condescending, but just information packaged really well in a very exciting, inspiring manner. I think we are one of the most, or maybe the top on Instagram, on TikTok, that have really travel inspiring content, FOMO inducing, like I call it, that will really get the Ugandan to want to go out there. I think I have said as much. I hope you are convinced that domestic tourism is very important. And so how many of you have I made feel like traveling? No? All of you? All of us. I hope so. So thank you for listening to me. And I hope you will be traveling more and more out there. And yeah, thank you.
If for nothing else, Laura has spoken very well. And yes, Laura, the idea of traveling now and paying later, clearly you have a Ugandan in mind. Now you need to add on the part where we say, Nsalirako. That's another part that makes us truly Ugandan. So yes, you can get to travel this country that you call your home and come back and do what we always say. In the local language they say, okutambula korachi, okuda korachi. Thank you very much. Now folks, earlier on when I introduced myself, if you paid attention, this is how I did it. I said my name is Kasiate. Simon Kasiate. What does that remind you of? Who else introduces themselves like that? Ah, come on. My name is Bond, James Bond. For the longest time, many of you are inspired by the movies you watch. To be honest with you, I thought every guy from China is a kung fu maestro. Every guy with an American accent I knew for sure was like Van Damme, Schwarzenegger, or Rambo. Now that should give you an idea of how old I am, 50 and counting. That tells you of the power of the creative industry, of entertainment, movies and everything, in tuning your mind to visit a place or never visit it. Many of you are queuing up, going for certain visas because that's all you have watched your life growing up and say, when I grow up, I want to be there. Now you imagine a situation where the movies are cast in a place like the beautiful Uganda, where someone is playing golf on a golf course. There's only one golf course in the world that is stretching the length of a lake and the banks of a river. That lake is the biggest freshwater lake in Africa. The river is the longest river in the world. And that golf course is in Jinja, in Uganda. If you package it like that, I swear to you, Tiger Woods would be here. But do we? Now tonight, someone from DSTV and GoTV, Hassan Saleh, is coming to share with us what about their programming, what about the entertainment industry is going to position Destination Uganda for folks to watch us wherever they are and say, I want to go to a place where this incredibly good-looking actor, Nawiso, and his dear wife come from, and I will go there and make it my destination. Hassan Saleh, take us away. Unfortunately for you, you're going to speak just before lunch. The attention spans are low. If I were you, I would keep it short.
I am very aware of that I hold immense power at this point in time. But let me just say that Simon can easily send you in a den of lions, with these intros. And before I share my thoughts on how media and entertainment can drive tourism, I felt that my brother from Sheraton and Laura would have mentioned that both their hotels have DSTV. And when he said customers rate 9s and 10s, I thought he would mention that one of the criteria for customers rating the 9s and 10s, you see him smiling, is because they have DSTV
in their hotels. Am I right? So, it's part of it. 1999, 2000, or 2001. Still a young man. I'm a Gen X. And Gen X's are born between 1965 and 1979. So you can make the math. Hajat here has laughed. Huh? I think she's a millennial, right? So I'm a Gen X. 99, 2000, 2001, one of those years, I forget which year it was. I am seated on TV at home. We had a small Panasonic color TV. And I just finished, my grad school, my master's, and I'm new in the corporate world. And I'm working for a multinational company, Coca-Cola, which has, various offices around Africa. And it's an evening, I'm seated on DSTV, and I'm watching a program. It was either on National Geographic or Discovery Channel, I forget. But this is a program of a guy, he's a backpack traveler. But I forget the program name. He's a backpack traveler, and he travels around the world. And it's very captivating because he has a backpack and he goes places. This unique evening, he was in Ethiopia. And I was glued onto TV, and I was shocked at how much Ethiopia as a country had to offer. And I called my Coca-Cola counterpart that evening in Ethiopia, some grade. He was managing Ethiopia, I was managing Uganda. And I tell him, Brooke, I've just watched amazing, captivating story about Ethiopia, the landscape, the culture, the history, the multi-religious, multi-racial history that the country has to offer. I want to come to Ethiopia. And Brooke says, just get a visa and hop onto Ethiopian Airlines, just come, I'll organize everything. The next morning, I was at the Ethiopian embassy. I asked him to send me an invitation letter. I was at the Ethiopian embassy. It was somewhere in Chitante Valley at that time. I don't know whether it's still there. And that weekend, I'm on a plane. As good fate would have it, Brooke was traveling to the US. So he tells me, Hassan, you're very lucky. There's a driver, there's a car, do your thing. And I spent a quality 10 days in Ethiopia doing Lalibela to Gonda. Yogi would know what I'm talking about, right? And I did trips in Lalibela and Gonda exploring Ethiopia. Little did I know that decades later, I would be tasked with the job to tell the story of my own country. Because at that time, somebody was telling the story of Ethiopia. Powerful. And I went to the places where he went to. Fast forward, today I'm the managing director of MultiChoice Uganda. And MultiChoice Uganda is part of a bigger Pan-African entity, which is MultiChoice Group. And MultiChoice is not just an entertainment entity. We are a platform that showcases our African story. So about 5 or 6 years ago, as part of our strategic thrust to take the business to the next foreseeable few years, the business took a decision to tell the African story. And by extension, tell the story of each country. What did this mean? This meant that the business was going to invest significantly in content creation, content production, as well as content showcasing that told the story of each of our African nations. And those of you, by show of hands, how many have watched DSTV in the last 30 days? So Honorable asked Goff, the only two. She asked how many have gone to a river. There were about, few. How many have watched DSTV in the last 30 days? No. And how many watched DSTV yesterday? Okay. You could easily get a free subscription here. So let me ask again. How many have watched DSTV last 30 days? Now, I'm not sure that these are doctored statistics or real statistics, but that said, what we have done as a business is to acknowledge that as audiences transform, audiences get digital, we have started to see younger and younger people take pride in identifying as Africans and take pride in identifying as Ugandans, for those in Uganda, right? And that meant that we would see a lot more appetite for Ugandans telling their own story. And whilst content creation can be an expensive venture, we have taken deliberate effort to support, handhold, and engage and fuel those creative juices out of Ugandans to tell our story. What do I mean by telling our story? It's our ability to showcase our cultural diversity, our racial diversity, our folklore stories, our norms and values and the heritage that the country has. And I want to request 3 ladies to stand up and wave to the people. They know themselves. If you know I'm referring to you, please, the 3 of you are seated together. Stand up and wave to the people, please. Okay? And the 3 ladies are some of our powerful women in the arts, right? And they've done a tremendous job to tell our story. Nana, please put up your hand. Those of you that know Nana, right? Then we have our JDC. What's the stage name? Yeah, Nicole. As you can see, Nicole, right? And Nabuiso, Mrs. Producer and. Since we started investing into local content creation and production, we've seen immense talent come up. And what we've also seen is we have started to see deliberate showcasing of Uganda within scripts, within the filming and camera works that is done by our local content. And if you've observed, again, those of you that are on this TV, that in the last 5-6 years, we have had to open up 3 local channels in Pearl Magic Prime, and Pearl Magic Local, deliberately to tell the Ugandan story. And remembering myself, the younger me, seeing content and having to run to Ethiopia, I now see a lot of younger people being influenced in going out and seeing more of Uganda. I like the approach that you said around domestic tourism. That's not just foreigners coming to the country, but that we can do a lot on domestic tourism. And it starts with what we as the media do and how we orchestrate scripting that Ugandan story to be able to captivate the viewer, to be able to jump on a bus or a plane and go and take a piece of Uganda. And what we now start to see, those of you that have seen Kampala Cream, the latest second season, you will see that we've taken shots of the Uganda beaches and the shores of Lake Victoria. where the activities, will happen, and you'll see that in the season that's coming from 1st of June. We have done now about over 2,000 hours of local content. But when you look at each of these pieces of content, they will tell you a story about Uganda, our land. And that's captivating. We believe that we can't do this alone. Hence, collaboration. And I think throughout the theme of each of our presenters, collaboration has been at the forefront. What MultiChoice has also done over and above content creation is we've created an academy we call the MultiChoice Talent Factory. And this academy's job is to train the next content creators, the next storytellers of our Ugandan story. We now have about 20 Ugandans that have gone through this academy. This academy partners with strong content houses like the New York Film Academy. We get strong and experienced content creators and producers in Africa and the rest of the world to come and train these guys. And we train them in producing, directing, stories, script writing, light, camera. And as we groom them, we continue to emphasize the power of the local African story. And that is taking traction. We're very proud of the work that we've done. And when I stand here, I'm proud to say the three ladies are examples of creations of what we've done, right? And I can also comfortably say that they have won global awards. They have won Africa awards. And that's a contribution in its own self to our telling the Ugandan story and our tourism journey. We have partnered with Ministry of ICT to do podcasts through the year, and one of the scopes that we will be talking about in this podcast is tourism, selling Uganda, the brand. And we're going to work with the Ministry of Tourism. The podcasts are already rolling, and we'll invest, in them, heavily. And my encouragement is for us to continue the spirit of partnership. I was talking with Laura, while we were preparing to come on stage, and I said, Morocco markets itself as a film creation destination, right? But as they market themselves as a film creation destination, they have also fused in marketing the country as a tourism destination country. And she told me, actually, a lot of what I know about Morocco, I've known it through the media, be it social media, but I know a lot about Morocco and the attraction that it has. So we're going to have to have collaborative approaches. Those of you that watched the Wakanda movie, if you Google today, you'll notice that some of the scenery that was shot for the movie was made in Mount Rwenzori, Bwindi, and I think one of the national parks, right? And if you remember, during the premiere of the movie, Daniel Kaluuya, our own, was adorned in a kanzu and a jacket. And everybody was amazed to see at this dress code and how, beautiful it looked. So we're going to need a lot of collaboration 360 degree. I am a vehicle that tells the story. That story is told by creators, like themselves and their creative juices. And that story becomes a brand that we then market to the rest of the world. And with that, I thank everybody for listening. I urge that we continue the spirit of collaboration, and we see Uganda, the brand, rise to heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan Saleh. I think now you agree with me that brands are made of something else. Now, each one of you has a handheld device. We'll call it a phone, not so? Hassan, listen to this. A country is not just a piece of land. More importantly, it's the people. If the people tell their story, the country's story has been told, not so? In this room, I know a guy who has decided that he's going to allow people to tell their incredible life stories. So if you have a phone with you and there's YouTube in there, please search the following words: Incredible Life Stories with Simon Kasiate. Subscribe to that channel and you'll be amazed at the stories Ugandans can tell. Now I'll tell you what, in my tagline I say, everyone has a life story to tell. Each one of you has a strong life story to tell. And your life story can attract someone, wherever, to come and visit your country. Hey, clap for me if you've decided or not. And I'll tell you just one snippet. Did you know, Doreen, that Uganda was the first country to send a female ambassador to the Vatican? And that lady, sent by no other Ugandan president than Idi Amin Dada, is alive today. And she has told her life story. I'm yet to upload it there. To me, you will be happy to read that story. Break grounding. A story of the first female ambassador to the Vatican, a Ugandan woman from Tororo. So if she talks about the rock in Tororo and her story, you may want to visit that place. And yes, on that program, Hassan, and listen carefully, Laura, I always ask my guests this standard question. I start, Uganda is such a beautiful country. Where in this beautiful country would you want to go and feel the best at heart? And each person on the program tells me of a place in Uganda where they would want to go and why. If that doesn't tell you and tickle you to travel this country, I don't know what will. So that said, Hassan, the program is on YouTube, but it should also go on DSTV. Not me paying you to put it there, but you paying me for this content.
I could see where you were going. Isn't it lunchtime?
And so shortly after, during the lunch break, my team is here with the paperwork. We'll sign up with DSTV, and you can catch that program very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, the beauty of Uganda is not just with the landscape, but it's also with the people. Now, I have always asked myself, what exactly does Miss Tourism do other than just looking good and attracting people to our country? Gladly, she is in the room, and in 1 minute, she's going to stand up, tell me and all of us what Miss Tourism does. We're happy to have you, ma'am. Her name is, yes, Atino, Lucy or Lucky? Lucky? Aha, the names you give your children. Bianca. Lucky? 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. MC. Greetings to everyone and warm recognition, all protocol observed. My name once again is Lucky Bianca Atino from Northern Uganda, the first reigning Miss Tourism from the Northern Uganda. I'm so proud. Yes. So I want to, first of all, thank the organizers. This is a very good event, and a clap for them. Yes. So since I've given me 1 minute, I had a lot to say, but I believe this few days we have learned a lot, so I can't keep talking about it now. So a little bit about Miss Tourism Uganda. It was started in 2013 by the late Minister of Tourism, Maria Mutagamba, may her soul rest in peace. So currently it's being headed by her daughter, Miss Marian Mutagamba. So it has been in existence for 11 years. So now you want to know what Miss Tourism is about. So we are an award-winning organization. We are looking at promoting domestic tourism and also girl child empowerment. So Mr. MC, as I can witness this, we have girls right now. 3 of them so far are going into parliament. They're vying for votes to represent their regions. All of them are beauty queens from Miss Tourism Uganda. How many of you have heard about Rolex Festival? It was a brainchild of a former queen from Miss Tourism Uganda. So we are not just here to look pretty, but it's beauty with purpose. Every queen that you see as a project to promote tourism and also people in the community. Personally, I'm into agriculture and aviation. Very soon you're going to see us promoting aerodromes here and there, and so many projects, conservation projects. Some of you have seen us on social media if you follow us. We've been doing Let the Power Shine campaign all over Uganda. We've been to Kabale, West Nile, we've been to the north, planting trees because we need to conserve the environment. So all I can say is follow our journey on social media. We have so many girls. If we support them, see the beautiful work they're doing. Personally, a few months ago, I was in Malaysia, a nice country, yes. But one thing I can say, I love to be a Ugandan. Do you know what it means to be outside and it's so hot? And then you get inside and the AC is very cold. The temperature variation is crazy. So I'm like, you know what? Malaysia is beautiful, but home is still the best. So all I can say is, there are rooms for sponsorship if you want to work with these amazing girls. There are queens representing the entire region of Uganda, the north, the west, the east, and I'm the queen, I'm proud. So all I can say is we're also having the search that I'm going to be handing over in September, but it's been a beautiful journey. So all I can say is for those of you who want to take this crown, oh, there's a better one, don't worry, the crown, I can say start applying now. Reach out to our social media pages at Miss Tourism Uganda PA or my personal page, Lucky Bianca. And then you're going to get contacts. Encourage your daughters, your sisters. Let them come for this post. The confidence is going to be boost. I mean, the posture, the way, like when you see a queen, it's different. We're not the same people we were. So all I can say is, and then for the men as well, I know the boy child is like, oh my God, we're not being considered. Guess what? This year, we're having Man of Tourism. So make sure you apply. So the next time, we're going to have a queen and a gentleman promoting tourism. Yes, 18 years to 27. Yes. 18 years to 27. So thank you so much, and thank you so much, POATE, for giving us this opportunity. Have a blessed day.
I've tried a few careers. Some of them not hit the mark, so I thought now I could try my luck in being a beauty king. Only for them to put an age limit of where I was over 25 years ago. But not all is lost. Let me also brag a little bit. This country had a Miss Uganda in 2007. Huh? Go and see the name. I'm happy to tell you that's my younger sister. If there was a beauty queen from my home, it means there's something good looking about me. The only problem is you've seen me late. You should have seen me 30 years ago. Ho, 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 ho. I digress. And talking about beauty, let me recognize a beautiful lady in the house that has just come in for what she will be very soon. Juliana Kagwa, please stand up and wave to the people. This is our new announced CEO of Uganda Tourism Board. Now you know where Destination Uganda is headed. If that is the lady at the helm, we're going skies. All right, we're coming to the end of this session. I'm now happy to invite an incredible, beautiful lady, timeless in her stature and look, but also incredibly brilliant, to come and make the closing remarks. Her name, and let's put our hands together, Yogi Biriwa. She is the president, of the Uganda Tourism Association. Most welcome.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon. How is the energy? No, in tourism, we have energy 24/7. If you are in the sector, there is energy. So I want to see that energy. Thank you. I'll take only 5 minutes just to make my well-prepared remarks so that I don't keep you longer than that. Heads of agencies and development partners, distinguished speakers, hosted buyers, sector stakeholders, and fellow members of the tourism fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. It's an honor and privilege to deliver these closing remarks for what has been a stimulating and insightful session, promoting Destination Uganda conference. I do so on behalf of the Uganda Tourism Association and the entire private sector fraternity which I represent. Let me begin by sincerely thanking the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities for organizing POATE 2025 and for integrating critical conversations like this one into the broader agenda. I salute the leadership, coordination, and vision that has brought all of us together under the timely theme, Tourism and Sustainable Transformation, Explore Uganda, an Adventure of a Lifetime. The session has vividly illustrated what that theme means in practice. I would like to thank our speakers this morning, Mr. James Biaruhanga, who earlier spoke, Mr. JP for his perspective on the power of branding, Ambassador Paul Mukumia. I call him the tourism ambassador, and he is indeed a tourism ambassador, for elevating the role of our missions abroad in tourism growth. Ms. Laura Kagame, for reminding us that local tourism is not only possible, but it is profitable. My good friend, Mr. Hassan Saleh, for highlighting how media and entertainment can drive tourism visibility and engagement. Thank you also to our moderator, Mr. Simon Peter Kasiati, for seamlessly guiding today's conversation. Thank you. We have covered vital ground, how we package Uganda, how we sell Uganda, and how we connect Uganda with the rest of the world through digital, diplomatic, and creative platforms. Let me also take a moment to acknowledge to those who spoke in earlier sessions this week, those speaking in sessions still to come, everyone exhibiting, networking, and investing time and resources to make POATE 2025 a success. To all the organizers, exhibitors, hosted buyers, facilitators, moderators, volunteers, and delegates, thank you. Your presence, participation, and partnership are deeply valued. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda is more than a destination. We agree. It is a living mosaic of nature, culture, enterprise, and opportunity. The private sector proudly sits at the heart of this dynamic ecosystem. The Uganda Tourism Association is home to over 2,500 tourism enterprises, from tour companies and hoteliers to artisans and community-based operators. We represent the full tourism value chain: accommodation, guiding, transport, events, MICE, and more. In 2024 alone, our sector supported over 803,000 jobs, accounting for 7.2% of the national employment. That's big. Of this, I'm proud to say 68% were held by women and youth, underscoring just how inclusive tourism is. The majority of these jobs were created by the private sector, particularly SMEs, which are the backbone of our industry. They drive innovation in areas such as eco-lodging, cultural tourism, and guiding services. We also saw solid recovery metrics. Uganda welcomed 1.37 million visitors. Earnings rose to US $1.28 billion, and leisure spend reached US $2,114 per tourist, with an average stay of 8.7 nights. That's big for our country. These numbers are not just economic indicators. They are statements to the hard work, resilience, and commitment of all of you in this room and beyond. As we heard today, Position Uganda requires collaboration, from the branding experts and diplomats to digital strategists and media influencers. Everyone has a role to play in tourism, but so must we as the private sector. We must continue to raise standards, invest in professionalism, and innovate to offer the world-class experience that our guests now expect. To our colleagues in government, we thank you for working with us so far, and we urge you to continue strengthening the business environment, improving infrastructure, enhancing skill development, and streamlining investment procedures. We must make it easier, not harder, for SMEs and investors to thrive into tourism. To development partners and financiers, please support us, not just through funding, but through capacity building, mentorship, and sustainable product development. The tourism entrepreneurs of Uganda are not short of ideas. What they need are the tools, access, and opportunities to scale them. And to our hosted buyers and international partners, thank you for choosing Uganda. I invite you to engage with our members, visit their stands, and build lasting partnerships. Our doors are open, our hands are extended, and our hearts are very warm. And of course, POATE is far from over. We look forward to the upcoming breakaway sessions, networking events, and the much anticipated Uganda by night experience. I encourage you all to continue connecting, sharing, and forging partnerships that will shape Uganda's tourism industry well beyond this conference hall. In closing, I offer this reflection. Uganda is more than a destination. It is a story of nature, culture, resilience, and hope. A story told by thousands of entrepreneurs, communities, and professionals across our tourism landscape. A story that begins here, but only come alive when we walk it together. Karibu Uganda, welcome to the Pearl of Africa. The adventure of a lifetime continues with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Yogi, for that incredible speech, the kind of stuff that is missed at the UN General Assembly. Now that said, ladies and gentlemen, a few housekeeping announcements, and then we can call it a wrap. From the look of things, at least from where I'm seeing the sun, it's lunchtime. It's only in Uganda where the sun is right on top of your head at lunchtime. In other places, you'll be surprised. The sun will be on top of your head in the morning. Or, in some places I've been to at some times, the sun is shining so brightly, and they tell you just missed dinner because it's 10 p.m., but the sun is shining. But here, the sun rises at the right time and sets at the right time. Breakfast, dinner, done. Lunchtime, right in the middle. So talking about lunch, lunch is served at the Pavilion Restaurant up the other side of the newly created convention center. From my altruistic heart, I chose to pay half for your lunch. You will pay the other half. So what they ask you for, just know, is half of what it would have costed if I hadn't paid the other bit. Bon appetit. The panelists cannot exit the stage without showing evidence that they were here and here together. So I will ask Mr. Bradford Ocheng, the acting CEO of Uganda Tourism Board, to perform a simple ritual, which is to thank these incredible panelists and proceed to also thank, please note my title, Madam Yogi, Event Flow Management Consultant. If you're in a hurry, it is EF, then MC. But you are already so much in a hurry, you didn't say MC, no. Event Flow Management Consultant. Aha. That said, Bradford, very generous man, and that's what you get in Uganda. You are not just thanked, you are rewarded. And when each one of you has your gift pack, you will step forward and we take a group picture. And to make it even better so that there is, better looking people in the picture, not only myself and Bradford, I will ask Miss Tourism to also join us for the group picture. The tourism ambassador receives his. But don't you guys love Bradford's hat? Look at his hat. Well branded, typically Ugandan. Hassan, when you're looking for the cover boy of your new DSTV magazine, I think Bradford looks very well with his beautiful hat. It's only lacking an ostrich feather, and he will have completed the look. Yes, Laura of Travoneza. The EFMC also gets rewarded.
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you very much. Wow, Bradford has simply told me, and you heard Juliana, that at the next POATE, I'm the main guy also. And that you will double my pay. Bianca, please join us on the stage for a group picture, and we will call it a wrap. You are invited for the afternoon breakaway sessions. Please make it a point to be there. It would be nice to fix ourselves between these men. We can't have all that combination of men alone. So, cameras in your hands. Who's the fairest of them all? Thank you very much. So I will request that we are all upstanding for the anthems in reverse order, and then we can exit the room. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Afrika Mashariki tu tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
God bless you all.
Welcome to Uganda, a land nestled in the heart of East Africa, covered with breathtaking beauty, timeless landscape, and rich cultural heritage, a land where nature thrives in its purest form. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Uganda's landscapes are as diverse as they are captivating. Uganda is a sanctuary for wildlife like no other. It is a home to more than half of the world's remaining mountain gorillas in Bwindi National Park. And in the heart of Chibale National Park lies the chimpanzees.
Obulungi bwa Uganda ekkula ekitiisa Pearl of Africa, yandibadde byebyenno.
The warmth of its people, the vibrant spirit of its cultures, the rich historic heritage, landmarks like the Equator, and the rhythm of life that flows through its towns and villages. Come explore a place where nature meets wonder, and where every moment is a memory waiting to happen. This is Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. thank the Consulate General of the Republic of Uganda, together with the Uganda Wildlife Authority.
A letter from East Africa, 2015. In a small village, perched on Wanale Hill, a boy stands in a banana grove, eyes tracking a drone as it glides low above the trees. It floats towards his uncle, who is waiting at the edge of a dirt trail. He is guiding two tourists to a nearby waterfall, a short and scenic walkway. The guests booked this experience earlier that morning over coffee in Kigali. Tomorrow, they will be in Western Kenya, spending a night at a starlit guest house run by a local family. This is East Africa in 2050, one of the world's most connected and visitor-friendly travel regions. The countries of the East African community, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan have worked for decades to build a seamless tourism ecosystem. One visa, one booking platform, a shared story told with one voice. But what truly draws people here isn't just convenience or smart tech. It's the heart of the region, its people, the warmth, the authenticity, the feeling that you are part of something real. Tourism used to happen to the communities. Now, tourism happens with the communities. In the early 2030s, the region saw a surge in international visitors. It brought opportunity, but also a strain on the ecosystems, on the culture and infrastructure. Communities responded with a shift. The elders, conservationists, and local leaders began convening. Together they asked, how do we protect what matters most? One answer was superseding all: the creation of a Green Safari badge, a regional sustainability brand. This badge is more than a label. It is a promise that the ecosystem is left undisturbed. On the regional AI travel platform, visitors can filter their experiences by this badge. It assures them that their trip is low impact, locally rooted, and community approved. It also connects them to real-time safety services, healthy alerts, and traveler reviews. In a village near Mountain Elgon, 3 sisters run an eco lodge that carries this badge. In the Mara, a Maasai cooperative offers wildlife walks and storytelling sessions. In the Eastern DRC, visitors can fish with local families and end the day by the fire sharing a meal. Every experience is unique. Every dollar stays close to the ground. Today, young guides across the region speak multiple languages. In digital tourism hubs, now found in every district, they access training, translation tools, and augmented reality applications. They might greet you in Mandarin or explain the Luo legend of Gipir and Labong in Spanish. Some guide you with virtual reality headsets, while others with the stories passed down through generations. It took years of trust building, of meetings under trees, in tents, of coding and dreaming. But now, the system is working. Borders are open, communities are leading, and nature is healing. As the sun sets, Mundu, the local guide, stands beside the rolling waterfall with the 2 guests who have walked the path with him from the village, laughing along the way. One turns to him and asks, "What's your favorite part of this place?" Mundu smiles, listening to the water's rhythm, and responds,
"The sound it makes. If you sit quietly by it, you will hear our past and our future speaking."
Welcome to one of Africa's highest, most remote and unknown mountain ranges, located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The Rwenzori Mountains, also known as the Mountains of the Moon, are stretched over 120 kilometers long and 61 kilometers wide. Come and experience Africa's most beautiful alpine area. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors and views are ever-changing. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as the bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, numerous waterfalls, tropical rainforest, mountain lakes and eternal snow. Culminating at an altitude of 5,109 meters, the Margarita Peak is the highest point in Uganda and the third highest peak of the whole African continent after Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. This mystical and demanding mountain range is located on the foothills of Queen Elizabeth National Park, one of Africa's most popular game drives, and a few hundred kilometers from the Bwindi impenetrable forest that inhabits the endangered silverback mountain gorillas. Rwenzori Mountains offers trails for all levels of hikers, which range from 1-day to 10-day trips. The shorter trips are not as physically demanding and still showcase the amazing beauty in the art of nature, including rare vegetation, rivers, and numerous waterfalls. This unique biosphere is a true gem that needs to be preserved not only for the many endemic species it contains, but also for the local community which directly benefits and lives from the mountain's gifts. Be ready for the ultimate trekking experience. Come and discover Rwenzori, the Mountains of the Moon located in Uganda, the Pearl.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarema Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. From anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
Welcome to Uganda, a land nestled in the heart of East Africa, covered with breathtaking beauty, timeless landscape, and rich cultural heritage. A land where nature thrives in its purest form. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa. Uganda's landscapes are as diverse as they are captivating. Uganda is a sanctuary for wildlife like no other. It is a home to more than half of the world's remaining mountain gorillas in Bwindi National Park. And in the heart of Chibale National Park lies the chimpanzees.
Obulungi bwa Uganda ekkula ekigiyisa Pearl of Africa yandibane bya byenno.
There's a place that you have. The warmth of its people, the vibrant spirit of its cultures, the rich historic heritage, landmarks like the Equator, and the rhythm of life that flows through its towns and villages. Come explore a place where nature meets wonder, and where every moment is a memory waiting to happen. This is Uganda, the pearl of Africa. We thank the Consulate General of the Republic of Uganda, together with the Uganda Wildlife Authority.
A letter from East Africa, 2015. In a small village, perched on Wanale Hill, a boy stands in a banana grove, eyes tracking a drone as it glides low above the trees. It floats towards his uncle, who is waiting at the edge of a dirt trail. He is guiding two tourists to a nearby waterfall, a short and scenic walkway. The guests booked this experience earlier that morning over coffee in Kigali. Tomorrow, they will be in Western Kenya, spending a night at a starlit guest house run by a local family. This is East Africa in 2050, one of the world's most connected and visitor-friendly travel regions. The countries of the East African Community, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan have worked for decades to build a seamless tourism ecosystem. One visa, one booking platform, a shared story told with one voice. But what truly draws people here isn't just convenience or smart tech. It's the heart of the region, its people, the warmth, the authenticity, the feeling that you are part of something real. Tourism used to happen to the communities. Now, tourism happens with the communities. In the early 2030s, the region saw a surge in international visitors. It brought opportunity, but also a strain on the ecosystems, on the culture and infrastructure. Communities responded with a shift. The elders, conservationists, and local leaders began convening. Together they asked, how do we protect what matters most? One answer was superseding all: the creation of a Green Safari badge, a regional sustainability brand. This badge is more than a label. It is a promise that the ecosystem is left undisturbed. On the regional AI travel platform, visitors can filter their experiences by this badge. It assures them that their trip is low impact, locally rooted, and community approved. It also connects them to real-time safety services, healthy alerts, and traveler reviews. In a village near Mountain Elgon, 3 sisters run an eco lodge that carries this badge. In the Mara, a Maasai cooperative offers wildlife walks and storytelling sessions. In the Eastern DRC, visitors can fish with local families and end the day by the fire sharing a meal. Every experience is unique. Every dollar stays close to the ground. Today, young guides across the region speak multiple languages. In digital tourism hubs, now found in every district, they access training, translation tools, and augmented reality applications. They might greet you in Mandarin or explain the Luo legend of Gipir and Labong in Spanish. Some guide you with virtual reality headsets, while others with the stories passed down through generations. It took years of trust building, of meetings under trees, in tents, of coding and dreaming. But now, the system is working. Borders are open, communities are leading, and nature is healing. As the sun sets, Mundu, the local guide, stands beside the rolling waterfall with the 2 guests who have walked the path with him from the village, laughing along the way. One turns to him and asks, "What's your favorite part of this place?" Mundu smiles, listening to the water's rhythm, and responds,
The sound it makes. If you sit quietly by it, you will hear our past and our future speaking.
Welcome to one of Africa's highest, most remote and unknown mountain ranges, located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The Rwenzori Mountains, also known as the Mountains of the Moon, are stretched over 120 kilometers long and 61 kilometers wide. Come and experience Africa's most beautiful alpine area. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors and views are ever-changing. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as the bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, numerous waterfalls, tropical rainforest, mountain lakes, and eternal snow. Culminating at an altitude of 5,109 meters, the Margarita Peak is the highest point in Uganda and the third highest peak of the whole African continent after Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. This mystical and demanding mountain range is located on the foothills of Queen Elizabeth National Park, one of Africa's most popular game drives, and a few hundred kilometers from the Bwindi impenetrable forest that inhabits the endangered silverback mountain gorillas. Rwenzori Mountains offers trails for all levels of hikers, which range from 1-day to 10-day trips. The shorter trips are not as physically demanding and still showcase the amazing beauty in the art of nature, including rare vegetation, rivers, and numerous waterfalls. This unique biosphere is a true gem that needs to be preserved not only for the many endemic species it contains, but also for the local community which directly benefits and lives from the mountain's gifts. Be ready for the ultimate trekking experience. Come and discover Rwenzori, the Mountains of the Moon located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarema Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. The climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
Welcome to Uganda, a land nestled in the heart of East Africa, covered with breathtaking beauty, timeless landscape, and rich cultural heritage. A land where nature thrives in its purest form. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa. Uganda's landscapes are as diverse as they are captivating. Uganda is a sanctuary for wildlife like no other. It is a home to more than half of the world's remaining mountain gorillas in Bwindi National Park. And in the heart of Chibale National Park lies the chimpanzees.
Obulungi bwa Uganda ekkula ekigisa pearl of Africa yandibana biriya byenno.
The warmth of its people, the vibrant spirit of its cultures, the rich historic heritage, landmarks like the Equator, and the rhythm of life that flows through its towns and villages. Come explore a place where nature meets wonder, and where every moment is a memory waiting to happen. This is Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. We thank the Consulate General of the Republic of Uganda, together with the Uganda Wildlife Authority.
A letter from East Africa, 2015. Letter from East Africa, 2015. In a small village perched on Wanale Hill, a boy stands in a banana grove on Wanale Hill. A boy stands in a banana grove, eyes tracking a drone. His uncle, who is waiting at the edge of a dirt trail. He is guiding two tourists the edge of a dirt trail. He is guiding two tourists to a nearby waterfall, a short and scenic walkway. The guests booked this experience earlier that morning over coffee in Kigali. Tomorrow, they'll be in Western Kenya, spending a night at a starlit guest house run by a local family. The countries of the East African Community, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan have worked for decades to build a seamless tourism ecosystem. One visa, one booking platform, a shared story told with one voice. But what truly draws people here isn't just convenience or smart tech. It's the heart of the region. It's people, the warmth, the authenticity, the feeling that you are part of something real. Tourism used to happen to the communities. Now, tourism happens with the communities. In the early 2030s, the region saw a surge in international visitors. It brought opportunity, but also a strain on the ecosystems, on the culture and infrastructure. Communities responded with a shift. The elders, conservationists, and local leaders began convening. Together they asked, how do we protect what matters most? One answer was superseding all: the creation of a green safari badge, a regional sustainability brand. This badge is more than a label. It is a promise that the ecosystem is left undisturbed. On the regional AI travel platform, visitors can filter their experiences by this badge. It assures them that their trip is low impact, locally rooted, and community approved. It also connects them to real-time safety services, healthy alerts, and traveler reviews. In a village near Mountain Elgon, 3 sisters run an eco lodge that carries this badge. In the Mara, a Maasai cooperative offers wildlife walks and storytelling sessions. In the Eastern DRC, visitors can fish with local families and end the day by the fire sharing a meal. Every experience is unique. Every dollar stays close to the ground. Today, young guides across the region speak multiple languages. In digital tourism hubs, now found in every district, they access training, translation tools, and augmented reality applications. They might greet you in Mandarin or explain the Luo legend of Gipir and Labong in Spanish. Some guide you with virtual reality headsets, while others with the stories passed down through generations. It took years of trust building, of meetings under trees, in tents, of coding and dreaming. But now, the system is working. Borders are open, communities are leading, and nature is healing. As the sun sets, Mundu, the local guide, stands beside the rolling waterfall with the 2 guests who have walked the path with him from the village, laughing along the way. One turns to him and asks, "What's your favorite part of this place?" Mundu smiles, listening to the water's rhythm and responds.
The sound it makes, if you sit quietly by it, you will hear our past and our future speaking.
A letter from East Africa, 2015. In a small village, perched on Wanale Hill, a boy stands in a banana grove, eyes tracking a drone as it glides low above the trees. It floats towards his uncle, who is waiting at the edge of a dirt trail. He is guiding two tourists to a nearby waterfall, a short and scenic walkway. The guests booked this experience earlier that morning over coffee in Kigali. Tomorrow, they'll be in Western Kenya, spending a night at a starlit guest house run by a local family. This is East Africa in 2050, one of the world's most connected and visitor-friendly travel regions. The countries of the East African community, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan have worked for decades to build a seamless tourism ecosystem. Village near Mountain Elgon, Three Sisters run an eco-lodge that carries this badge. In the Mara, a Maasai cooperative offers wildlife walks and storytelling sessions. In the Eastern DRC, visitors can fish with local families and end the day by the fire sharing a meal. Every experience is unique. Every dollar stays close to the ground. Today, young guides across the region speak multiple languages. In digital tourism hubs, now found in every district, they access training, translation tools, and augmented reality applications. They might greet you in Mandarin or explain the Luo legend of Gipir and Labong in Spanish. Some guide you with virtual reality headsets, while others with the stories passed down through generations. It took years of trust building, of meetings under trees, in tents, of coding and dreaming. But now, the system is working. Borders are open, communities are leading, and nature is healing. As the sun sets, Mundu, the local guide, stands beside the rolling waterfall with the two guests who have walked the path with him from the village, laughing along the way. One turns to him and asks, "What's your favorite part of this place?" Mundu smiles, listening to the water's rhythm, and responds,
"The sound it makes. If you sit quietly by it, you will hear our past and our future speaking."
Okay, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I'd like to apologize for a very, very delayed start, and this was not intentional. It's just that I think the previous session ended about the same time we're supposed to be starting, and most of the people who are here for the previous session stepped out for lunch, and we thought but anyway, that's no excuse for us to get into our conversation on tourism. My name is Mugisha Roger. I'm your moderator this evening for this particular session, where we're looking at emerging trends in tourism, and I am very excited. The panelists I'm inviting up here are game changers and captains of their fields. But before I invite the full panel, I'd like to start with one particular one who has traveled probably the farthest distance to be here. He needs, well, that's the best way to introduce him. He's probably traveled the farthest to be here. He is a director with TNA Consulting. He's called Mr. Mukund Arjun. And the best way for him to introduce himself is, I think it will be a presentation, because if I say what you do, I may preempt some of the things you have to, you're going to share with our audience here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put hands together for Mr. Arjun.
Thank you, Roger. A very good afternoon. And Muli Mutia? Okay, Bolonji is what I was told to respond, nevertheless. Okay. What a pleasure to be among such esteemed tourism professionals. I am Arjun Mukund from TNA Consulting India. And before I get too carried away, a massive thank you to the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities and Uganda Tourism Board for giving me this fantastic opportunity. It's not every day that I get to talk about my passion in such a beautiful setting. So today we are diving into the, the growing potential of India's outbound travel market. And let me tell you, what once was incredible India is now inevitable India. So if you haven't started your preparation for the arrival of the large Indian crowd into Uganda, you might be missing the next big wave. All right, let's flash back to a couple of decades. This little guy, slightly bewildered look, is me on my very first international trip when I was 15 years old. Back then, abroad or traveling abroad was, for family like mine, was almost a mythical concept in India. It wasn't just a physical journey, it was an aspirational dream. Right? Savings were meticulously planned. Each and everything about the itinerary was massively debated, and the entire neighborhood would know that you are traveling abroad. And that journey actually changed something in me. The excitement of seeing a new culture, tasting food that I couldn't even pronounce, and the sheer thrill of going somewhere completely unfamiliar, it lit a spark. Fast forward to today, the same spark has caught fire in millions of Indians. With a growing middle class, increasing GDP, rising disposable income, a youthful population that is hungry for experiences, and an insatiable appetite for Instagrammable moments, India's outbound travel market is not just growing, it is exploding. A couple of items that I would be discussing over my presentation. Now, let me take you through the market size of India. We're talking about a population of about 1.46 billion. And I'm sure as I speak, 2 babies are born already. right? And India is the most densely populated country in the world, with over 50% of the total population falling under the category of millennials and Gen Z. India is a country full of diversity. We have 29 states, and 29 states are 29 different countries. We speak different language, we eat different food, we behave differently. How we spend money is also very different. And we have 7 union territories, almost 8 metro cities, and over 20 tier 2 and tier 3 smaller cities in India. That's the market size we are talking about. So India surpassed the UK in 2021 to become the 5th largest economy, a testament to its rapid growth. And projections indicate that India is set to overtake Germany by 2027 or 28, solidifying its position as the 3rd largest economy. To give you an overview of the economy, the GDP has been steadily increasing, and it has been projected to increase between 6.5 to 6.8% this fiscal year, and it is remaining to be growing major economy globally. And India's strong domestic demand, stable inflation, and healthy foreign reserves helped it navigate the global challenges that was posed in 2024. And India weathered global headwinds and is anticipated to being the largest economy in the world at the fastest growing pace. Now, Indian households, if you look at the diagram in the middle, we have over close to, and it's estimated to grow about like 4x in people with an income of USD 35,000. That's projected to increase 4x by 2031. And there's been rapid urbanization in India, and it was around 31% back in 2011. Now it is projected to reach 40% by 2040. And all of this has created a sheer increase in the number of Indians traveling abroad. So India's outbound travelers would have like a 150% increase in the coming years. That's by 2040. We're projected to reach at least 70 million Indians who will be traveling abroad. Right? So last year we had almost close to 27 million Indians who traveled abroad, and we spent about 17 billion USD, and that's projected to increase to 55 billion by 2034. And we have almost close to 34 international airports and over 100 domestic airports in India. So there's a lot of availability of course, flight options, and then we have increasing network. So a lot of people, because of the sheer size, a lot of airlines are investing in the market. Now, a couple of key drivers that has led to the growth of outbound travel. The rupee was weak, but that did not stop Indians to travel abroad, and you know, the increasing GDP, like I mentioned, and India's aviation market is the 3rd largest in the world. So, you know, affordable airfares. And I would like to touch upon the impact of technology. Right now, India literally lives on internet. We have almost close to 900 million internet users in India, and that continues to grow. In this whole digital landscape, Instagram is the most popularly used social media platform. We have over 354 million Instagram users in India. So you know where to market when you are looking at the Indian market. A couple of characters of how we travel. Like, when do we travel? So we have different sets of people. We have the, so it never can be a blanket approach when it comes to strategizing and focusing on the India market, because we have different sets of people, different segments that travel. But primarily for the family travelers, The major chunk of travel happens during the summer, which is April to June. So 38% of the total population travels during that time. And then followed by July to September. And then we have a couple of Indian festivals that start between September till November, and then the year-end holidays. So, but when it comes to the Gen Z and millennials, the corporate crowd, they travel pretty much throughout the year because there's a lot of work from home options that is available. So people just book their tickets and pack their bags and leave. So, that's a throughout the year travel. So when it comes to the family, there's a specific period, but when it comes to the younger generation, there is no specific period of travel. What are we looking for? Bollywood is one of the key factors, so influencers in the travel decision making. And I'll give you an example. There was a movie called Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara, which was actually showcased the offbeat destinations in Spain. And the very next year, after the movie released, there was 60% increase in the number of Indian travelers. And that is the impact Bollywood has on India. We are very price conscious. You talk about a sale, we are ever ready. Of course, like I mentioned, Instagrammable and tourist attractions is what we primarily look for when we are traveling on a holiday. Food and wine contributes to one of the key decision-making factors. We love to eat and experiment different cuisines. What are the couple of trends? Gig tripping. You would have heard about Taylor Swift concert in Singapore, Coldplay in Abu Dhabi. Indians are flocking. They are packing their bags, and we have something called as the concert pilgrimage that has been coming up. So a lot of Indians, they travel for different events. It can be a football match, a cricket match, many concerts. So all of this come under the gig tripping. And then the main character energy. So Indian travelers are done watching movies. We want to be in the movie. So they are hitting up shoot locations to live out their on-screen fantasies. And so if you see somebody dramatically posing in one of the national parks, any Indian, you could blame the movies. So yeah. And then staycation and sleep tourism. So even adventurers, sometimes they need a break. And well, from adventuring. So they are seeking out places where the main agenda is to have an completely unadulterated rest. And yes, we are taking vacations to catch up on sleep, and because adulting is hard, right? Even on a holiday, it's quite hard. So that's something that's picking up. Then we have something called as a celebration vacationers, where birthdays, anniversaries, Tuesdays, doesn't matter. They're just waiting for a reason to travel, and they're just going on to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary. Okay, it's my 25th birthday, come, let's pack and leave. So there's no particular reason, and milestones is one of the reason which they make to travel abroad. And adventure is something that we are always keen on, and something called as a budget bougie foodie. Like I said, Indians love eating, and they're not just eating, they're on a gastronomic quest. So they want authentic local flavors. They want to immerse in the local culture, and but with a bougie twist. Then we have something called as a lux for less. So that's something, for the budget travelers. So, and they love luxury as well, and they're the masters in finding indulgent experiences. So that would cost much without breaking the bank. And then we have the analog adventures, which are the Gen Z travelers who are traveling quite big in number, and they are ditching the laptop screens and embracing the old school. They are going on a digital detox. So digital detox is a new luxury, and so get ready to embrace the travelers who would just want to chill without a Wi-Fi signal in sight. Probably still taking photos on their phones to post it later and brag on social media, but that's what Indians are doing currently. So in short, Indian travelers are diverse, they are digitally savvy, a little dramatic, and always hungry, ready for whatever unique experience you can throw at them. The booking, when an Indian traveler books, of course, like I mentioned, there's a lot of penetration of internet in the Indian market, but travel agents are quite prominent in the Indian market. And this can be seen in, so the travel trade market in India is extremely fragmented, extremely complex, so we have tour operators, we have travel agencies, we have online travel agencies, we have travel management companies, and then we have event planners, and then we have somebody who does everything of this. So it's quite a complex market, but then don't worry, if at all you need any help at some point in time, I'm always there to help. Now, why Uganda? You would be the better person to tell me the reasons why we should be traveling to Uganda. Sorry. Yeah, so the gorilla trekking, safaris, the Nile, and then the waterfalls, lakes, all of this entice the Indian traveler. And of course, some Instagrammable moments. So Uganda has like photogenic landscapes that appeal to the digital savvy Indian tourist. And I have also given a couple of strengths and weaknesses and opportunities that pose for the Indian market. And at the moment, there is limited information about Uganda within the Indian travelers, and I think that's a huge opportunity. And regional tourism linkages, so combining a Kenya or a Tanzania along with Uganda could be another option. And yeah, so these are a couple of strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities what we have highlighted. And what is the strategy for driving the tourism? Of course, you know, we need to craft compelling and niche experiential narratives highlighting the gorilla trekking, once-in-a-lifetime adventures, then tap on the digital media and catch on the tech-savvy Indians to promote Uganda in those platforms, forge powerful partnerships with the travel trade by joint marketing campaigns, roadshows, regular sales calls to these travel agencies, and of course airline partnerships for maybe a couple of deals with, I mean, Uganda Airline has excellent connections. Then we have Air Arabia, we have Ethiopian, we have Kenya Airways that connects South African as well, that connects India to Uganda. And then a couple of incentive schemes would also work to attract these Indians. And if at all you need any help or anything, any information that you require on the Indian outbound market, I'm just a message or a call away. Please feel free to reach out to me. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Verbalinho. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was quite a presentation. Actually, while Ayud was presenting there, he reminded me of a time where I believe it was, there was a Bollywood director who came and did a film here. But I'll tell you the number of people and sites that benefited from this film tourism were awesome. We even had some of our local actors participating, Jose Chameleon and a couple of other people. That was some time back. Again, Hollywood has also visited, so film tourism is very, very... And plus, I've also seen a few new things here. Since we're having this conversation about emerging trends in tourism. Right, I'm kindly requesting the people seated at the back to sort of pull up to the front. We believe that you will have a better engagement, especially with our panelists, the people I'm about to invite here, if they also have like a much closer view of you. Okay, if we could just fill up the seats in front of you. There are quite a number of seats here. Once again, I'd like to welcome you all to this afternoon session on Emerging Trends, the Pearl of Africa Tourism Expo 2025. Okay, I'd like to invite a couple of people here, like I mentioned earlier, very, very key and strategic in this field of what's emerging in the field of tourism, captains of their industry, and they're going to give us some very eye-opening tips on which way to go, especially if you love tourism like some of us do. The lady I'm going to introduce, well, before I introduce her, I'd like a video to play first, so we feel exactly which direction we're going to be taking with this. If you're ready, I'm ready. Thank you. As the video is getting ready, Ayun, please, you're one of my panelists. You've already presented, so you can take up your seat. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Okay, guys.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to inform all of you, in case you've just joined us, that actually that is in Uganda. That's right here. Some of you have not been to these places. The only place where you can have a wedding and even elephants attend your event. Stress-free. And speaking of stress-free, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite our panelist, Miss Jacqueline Nanteza, Wild Celebrations Africa. The video you just saw, well, that's all her handiwork. All right, please allow me to invite another guru in this sector, emerging trends in tourism. This time we're looking at sports. Sports is very, 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 very big these days, and very few people understand this. If you're not into sports, you'll not understand what sports tourism is, especially if you're a Manchester United fan. That one story for another day. But yes, let's put hands together as we warmly welcome Rogers Byamukama from FUFA here amongst our panelists to talk about sports tourism. Okay, have I left anyone out yet? No, I haven't. I've just remembered. I have Ricky. Ricky is here. Ricky is one of the co-founders of Safe Border, and he is going to be talking about the space of urban travel, and this is in regard to tourism. And last but not least, if I was to read out everything that I have to say about this man here, I will need another 2 videos to play, but yes, I just want to celebrate him for the work he has done in tourism, including being part of the experience that we're going through here at Speak Resort Munyonyo, this whole event. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the one and only Mr. Ali Alibai, the CEO of Talent Africa. Talent Africa Group, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, as you're taking your seats, let me start with you right away, because you know you're. I think I'll work backwards. My questions will go in that order. Talent Africa, as you can see, TAG is an acronym for Talent Africa Group, and Mr. Alibai there. I have lots of questions for you that I've set here. Let me just look at my small little list here, because your questions are very specific, especially since you are doing events tourism. I wanted to highlight that, events tourism. Talent Africa Group has been a driving force in Uganda entertainment. I want you to help us describe how your company's role in shaping and promoting tourism, especially here in Uganda, using events and partnership. Maybe we'll start from there before I go to the actual events. Ali, over to you.
Thank you very much, Roger. At Talent Africa Group, we see entertainment not just as a form of leisure, but as a strategic tool for promoting Uganda to the world. Over the years, we've curated events that fuse music, culture, creativity in a way that resonates both locally and internationally by attracting global talent and showcasing Uganda's own artistic excellence. We've created platforms that drive regional and international tourism. Our collaborations with stakeholders in government, private sector, and development partners allow us to integrate tourism promotion in each project. Whether it's a festival, a concert, a cultural gala, an international conference, we're essentially marketing Uganda's vibrancy, hospitality, and diversity through experiences. Some of the tourism projects we've been involved in include Pearl of Africa Star Search, which was a nationwide star search, and we was a reality TV show. We went all over the country, you know, shooting in all different tourism destinations, and we started with 2,000 entries, and we narrowed down to having 5 winners. We've also produced the Ruwenzori Mountains of the Moon documentary. We manage the Nyege Nyege Festival, which is probably Uganda's biggest tourism event. We also produced the Ekyoto Hampango Festival in Fort Portal together with Toro Kingdom, which is a festival that, you know, really promotes culture and tourism as well. We've been involved with tourism campaigns such as Take on the Pearl, Explore Uganda, the Tell Your Story campaign, which is going on right now. We've brought a lot of international artists to Uganda, and we've tried, whenever we bring them, we always try to do tourism campaigns with them. For example, when Diplo came to Uganda, he came with GQ magazine, and it was a front page story that featured Uganda. When we brought Jidena here, we took him to Murchison Falls National Park, and it made a lot of international press. And of course, we work closely with POATE. We're the event managers, and you know, we help put this event together as well.
Awesome. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. I'll move to you, Ricky. You are transforming urban mobility into a tourist experience. What exactly do you mean by that? What is the role of safe border and safe car in the marketplace, especially as regards to tourism?
Thank you. The thing is that it's very simple, that when people come to any city, their first impression of how they get around is very important. When we travel outside, how we enter and how we leave the city is part of the story that we get to tell other people. So with Safe Border, you get to realize that most of the travelers are very aware, they're comfortable with using technology. You get to realize that when people come, they already know of the travel apps that they can actually use and options to be able to access different services. We were among the first companies many years ago to build an app for motorcycle taxi. The idea started around 2014. We had an app around 2015, 2016, which people never used. Of course, it wasn't as good as what we have today that people started enjoying around 2017, 2018, and we have improved. So the impression of people, of travelers when they come to the city becomes important. Now, any bad experience that travelers get to interface, they also tell that story. Now, they tell those same stories to potential future travelers, and they make a choice to either come back to Kamaragala, or they better go to Acacia Mall. So this is a choice that for us, we made at the very beginning, that it is important, if we care about our own country, to also promote safety, especially also provide an option for people to be able to travel and have an awesome experience that they can share with others, and they also have a story that they can tell. I will tell you, for our local people, and I don't mean local in a bad way, for the natives, for our Ugandans, at the very beginning, people used to ask us, why do I need an app for a border when I actually have one outside my gate? Tourists will not ask you, why do I need an app for a border? Because it is important that they travel with a recognized group of people, not just anybody. Because as you know, even as when you travel to another country, it's going to be hard for you to pick anybody from the street and be able to ride with them and be comfortable with them, unless probably they are in like some sort of a branded cars and all of that. So we're just enabling movement not only for the people, but also for the regional and international travelers, which becomes a very important component of our economy. Ability for us to move people safely from point A to point B means a direct contribution to what our economy also means sustainability for even more customers to come. And the fact that we are able to protect tourists or travelers who come to the country, it means more business for us as a country.
Awesome indeed. Actually, I have found myself, not even just with tourism, the whole idea of safety, especially in travel. It's really the underlying foundation of trusting and being able to, get you around. Jackie, I want to quickly jump to you. After watching that video, of course, and you've been explaining this whole thing of the Ugandan experience, creating authentic destination weddings that sell, do you want to paint a picture for us? Like, what's your view on this? Like, your perspective of when we are creating these things, what should we have in mind? We do weddings. I know you have been doing events before you got into tourism full-time. I knew you as an events planner, wedding planner, and I think you're a global wedding planner of sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that briefly?
Thank you, Roger. Yes, I've done weddings for over 12 years. And we were in Kampala, in the normal city, doing hotel weddings in gardens, and it was almost the same thing. With weddings, you need to be creative. Imagine they keep bringing you to the same hall to create something, and this bride says, I want something different. I want something different. Over time, I sat down and had to re-strategize, but it all started from when I visited global conferences. We have been part of Exotic Wedding Planners. We've actually also been part of the International Indian Wedding Conferences. And everything is almost the same and somehow better than what we have when it comes to hotel facilities. They have, you look at the exhibitors, they have Italy, they have Turkey, they have Dubai, and how do I compete? I had to come back and ask deeply, what do I have different? And the next conference I attended, it was the Exotic Wedding Planners Conference. I went with this different perspective of events in the wild. Everyone turned because that was something no one had. Events in the wild, I realized it is that simple of, even when it comes to our locals, they've struggled with big budgets with weddings in the city. But every time you decide to go and celebrate in the wild, it is because you've already given people an experience. You don't have to even over-decorate. A simple setup, a good itinerary. You're giving people a celebration with a climax of a safari. Let's say the itinerary, they come, they arrive, they check in. In the evening, they have campfire. You bring a saxophone. You do games. The following day, they go for a game drive. They come back, they do a themed party, have vows being renewed or said afresh by the River Nile. It's enough. You don't need chandeliers all over. That's how I can describe it. And the following day, they do a boat cruise. When people come back, they talk about it. That is to the locals. Internationally, I feel we've not given people out there to come. It's always been about vacation. How many times do you take a vacation? You can easily postpone a vacation, but if your sister tells you, I'm getting married in Uganda, if it means borrowing, you'll borrow. You'll save the date, you must be there. So destination weddings increase tourism. It's a ripple effect. If you are receiving only 2 tourists as a couple, this time you're having a group. The parents are on board. It also comes to, even if I'm collaborating with an international wedding planner, they're not going to carry a photographer. They will call me and say, can I deal with your photographer? Can I deal with your florist? So in terms of economy, it even pushes us further. Thank you.
Wow. Well, after watching that video, definitely the ideas are many. And just quickly, so I have all my panelists introduced, we have from FUFA, he's going to talk about sports tourism, Mr. Rogers Byamukama. Let me quickly throw in the deep end. When we talk about sports tourism, the first thing, and especially here in the Ugandan setting, most people will be thinking about the more foreign sports. It's like they want to go watch the English Premier League, or those who can afford go for Formula One races in Dubai or wherever the races are. Not Monaco though, but yeah, maybe. What's the story like in Uganda when we talk about sports tourism? Is it just football? What's the landscape like?
Thank you, Roger, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rogers Byamukama. I'm a FUFA Executive Committee member. I was part of the Pamoja bid. I was part of the 10-man people that did the AFCON bid for Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. And now I am on the local organizing committee of CHAN and AFCON. Sports tourism is essentially travel to attend or to participate in a sports event. Now the question is, in Uganda, since we're talking about emerging products, what is it that people come for to attend in Uganda in terms of sports? You know, like Yvebele put it, we have a lot of Ugandans that travel all over the world following all these sporting events, be it World Cup, Euros, Formula One circuit, rugby, sevens, or World Cup, or cricket, mention it. But what is it in our country in terms of sports that brings people from all over the world to come into Uganda? And that is something that we must look at as a country. From a football perspective, when we hatched the idea of hosting AFCON in this part of the world, we thought it was a great opportunity because this part of the world has not hosted a major footballing event almost since we have been around. And one of the challenges has always been infrastructure. So for us as FUFA, we felt that if we lobbied government to buy into our idea of hosting, and we're very smart enough, you know, to rope in other 2 East African countries, so that the burden of hosting becomes lessened. And as luck would have it, all the 3 presidents bought in, and essentially now we are having a huge investment in terms of infrastructure, and that is across the East African countries. But the infrastructure alone is bringing expertise, is bringing money into the country, is bringing increased demand for, you know, goods and services, logistics. You can imagine, for instance, the Hoima City Stadium in the final bend. In the next 2 months, they will be receiving 400 containers of goods for finishing the project. Now you can imagine, in terms of the whole project, how much goods have been brought into the country in terms of raw materials and raw materials use, but also in terms of the haulage companies that have been ferrying these containers, the jobs that are being created, the taxes that are being paid by all these service providers. And this is even before the event comes. The question that we should be asking ourselves is, what is that signature event that Uganda needs to be famed for and people should be coming around here? If you look around the space within the neighborhood, Kenya has the World Rally Championship. You've all seen it on social media. You can imagine, I am told it is about $20 million weekend, you know. Kenya also has the World Athletics Championships. Those are the kind of things. If you look at South Africa, for instance, they do the Rugby 7 circuit, you know, and a lot of Ugandans do travel there. In Uganda, we've had a few events, the Rwenzori Marathon, which is about 2 years now, 4 years. The Kampala Marathon, which I'm told the word on the street is that it is phasing out. So what are we selling out there in terms of sports tourism? We are happy that Chan is coming in August. We have been bedeviled by a few bureaucratic challenges that this country is oftentimes has. Will not be able to get the real benefits of Chan, but we are hoping AFCON 2027 will have enough time to be able to sell it across the globe, and we can be able to bring in good top-end sports tourists. And if you look at the global aspects, I think in terms of tourism, the sports subsector is the fastest growing sector within tourism. It is expected between now and 2030 to grow at about 17.5. 2024 study by Sports Events Association estimates that the total market around participating within global sporting events was at about 640.2 billion US dollars. The question is, what portion of that is Uganda partaking out of that? If you look at the travel cost alone for people traveling into sporting events, it's 2024 again, $3.4 billion. With Uganda Airlines now opening up all these routes, you know, to Europe, to Asia, and within Africa, how much of that $6.4 billion is Uganda Airlines targeting? You know, if you look around the employment figures, both contract and part-time, 2024, once again, about 800,000 jobs for people directly employed within activities. For instance, if we talk about Chan, for instance, or AFCON, the workforce and volunteers, both on contract and part-time. Now with Uganda, where the biggest population, just like India, is within the youth segment, and unemployment levels soaring year in, year after, including all the thousands, the tens of thousands of graduates that we get out of our unis every day. You can imagine if we had sporting events that are bringing people that have huge uptake in terms of workforce, either volunteers or on contract. You can imagine what a relief it would be to government. But also, most importantly, is the knowledge transfer. Because when these events come, they come with international aura and international exposure and experiences and workforce. So when you have young people, either as volunteers or on contract, they are able to pick so much knowledge transfer that eventually can stay in here and we use it for future events, but also that we can export into, you know, major sporting events or associations.
Thank you very much, namesake. I'll quickly jump to you, Ayund, about you've really explained to us the Indian market very well, especially regarding tourism. There was one particular slide you had there that talked about, if I remember correctly, gig tripping, and then it had staycation. I don't know whether we can have that projected again, because my question is going to be drawn around there. But while that's being set up, could you kindly share with us or give us some insights on how the Indian market, let me actually ask a three-pronged question. One, how do we engage the Indian consumer to travel, and, you know, and how does Uganda position itself in this so we can tap into what we just saw there? The 30% Gen Zs, the millennials, and, you know, I saw the graph, I still remember the figures. And also, what's the awareness level of the Ugandan tourism industry in India? Maybe that should be a plateful now.
Right. Thank you, Roger. When I talk about the awareness level of Uganda in the Indian market, it's absolutely, I mean, people hardly know about the immense potential this beautiful country has, right? So the awareness level is quite less. So how do we engage the Indian travelers is, of course, you know, the first, as I mentioned, we have almost close to 900 million internet users, and then we have about 350 million Instagram users. So, I mean, your activations could be quite heavily focused on the digital, on tapping the digital Indian traveler. So it can be through social media campaigns, it can be through maybe partnership with the prominent travel agencies in India, bringing in the influencers. So there are Instagram influencers who have almost close to more than 2 to 5 million follower base, and maybe bring them here and then show them the beautiful destination and change the whole narrative. Uganda is very well connected from India. Visa is not an issue. I got my visa within a day and spent $50, and then I got the visa online. I did not have to go to a visa facility center and then wait in long queues to get my visa, right? So, and of course the excellent connections, like I mentioned, we have like different, I mean, Uganda Air has non-stop flight from India. It takes about like 7 hours. So all of these can be highlighted, and then you would see the wave of Indians coming into this beautiful country.
Right. We've stolen your slide again.
Oh, okay.
Using it to sort of like illustrate a lot of the conversations we're having somehow are rotating and gravitating around there. Okay. Again, I'm sure Jackie would like to pick it from there. What type of celebrations? That's the question I'm going to throw at you. What type of celebrations, like away from weddings, what else can we bring here? For example, we want to tap into his market. What do we bring? What do we, beyond weddings?
Celebrations, and you can celebrate life, and you can celebrate like love. In terms of life, birthday, families can do a family reunion. Children can choose to say, thank you, Dad and Mom, you've taken care of us for a long time. Let's gift you with a trip, and maybe we come along. We are now all grown up and married, so that's a whole family reunion and the bonding. When it comes to apart from weddings, let's say you got married years back, either the budget was tight by then or you didn't have the wedding that you wanted. This time you can have a group of 30 people, close people, and the advantage with these destination weddings from international people, when you even get to divide the budget, they actually help you the budget. Because when you get a quotation that has accommodation and the setup and the safari and the boat cruise, you come with a total and you divide. And then you're like, are you my friend? I'm going to Uganda. The contribution is $1,000, $2,000, you and your family. Before you know it, you're actually having an event supported by your family and friends. You come in and you're basically paying for you as the couple, and then your different couple, friends or family, they've actually done their bit of the bill. The advantage with this whole bit is that even lodges are extending. I'm trying to have some partnerships. They are extending some discounted rates from the rate that you definitely get on online. And this event has a small cake, it has some entertainment, it has the boat cruise, it has a setup. You don't sweat it. It's not too much a ballroom gown or something. No, something white linen works. So in terms also of corporate side, we can have retreats. We can have retreats. Alumni, people can be organizations. In Uganda, we have Rotary, we have Lions Club, we have all these clubs can say, let's go. Let's go. And when he talks about awareness, it's obviously a tough one because us from Uganda, the locals, we've actually not really embraced this. And we are on Instagram. We are on TikTok. They are supposed to know us from what we post, but we are posting events around Kampala. That is all they know about us. I have had couples come in my office and they are interested in a destination wedding. 3 weeks, 1 month down the road, they're like, you know what, our parents refused. So as a community, if we embrace this, not everyone definitely goes for a destination wedding, but if you realize your child has this taste, they would want to have the event in the wild, or it's a family reunion, and you go ahead and have this event. After filming it, you post that reel on TikTok, on what? Before you know it, India will know it, Europe will know it. That's why I said world celebrations came from me going to this conference, and all they knew was the Uganda in Kampala, and and there was many more uniqueness to what they had, until I started speaking of events in the wild. Until I started talking about you can have the vows by the Makshon Falls. That's when people turned to listen to me. So to me, you can celebrate in the wild anytime.
You can celebrate anytime, indeed. And for those of you who are here, you've not yet planned your events, well, you can, I hope it's okay for us to share our contacts after this.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, and also if you have any question that you'd like to give to any one of our, any one of our panelists, you could scribble it down. At some point we'll have feedback from you. You can direct your question to whoever it is that has, whose attention you like to get. Okay, moving on again, still in the area of transport, because I know, Ricky, you've been in the market for a while, and you have seen quite a lot of things. There's the experience that comes with just doing this every day in, day out, and expanding and seeing how people are receiving the service. And I know that your vision probably sees 10 years from now, there's certain steps that you've taken now, but there's a place you'd like to go. What are those things that need to be done for us to, to transform, like you said, this urban travel that we're talking about in tourism? What do we need to do?
Rogers, thank you. Before even I get to answering directly your question, I'd also want to use this platform to inform those who didn't know that besides just being a border rider many years ago, which I joined around early 2011, late 2010, I was also one of the very first Ugandans who started showing people Kampala on the back of a motorcycle. I founded what is known as the Kampala Border City Tours in 2012 with one of my friends called Walter. And what we did was something very simple. And let me also tell you guys where all this story came from. It came from meeting a customer who was a Muzungu, to be specific, a lady who was interested in seeing Kampala more than just, moving from a hotel to where she was doing the consultancy and then going back. She gave me a challenge. At that point, I'd just entered border riding, and she told me, Ricky, when we travel to other places, because I was also recommended to her by some other customer that I'd met during my work as a rider. She told me when we travel to places, we get to have an opportunity to at least a day or two that you spend in the city before you probably go to the Makshon Falls. You have an activity that you do in the city, and most of the cities have this. And now I also hope that even the cities within Uganda are going to start to have this, because I know now we have the capital city plus other cities. This includes Dokolo is not one of them, Lira, Gulu, Arua. Those are the only ones I can remember for now, including Masaka, Mbarara, and the rest. These are some of the cities. But outside, when you travel, this lady told me, whenever we travel, we actually get to have an opportunity to see, go through the history and get to know what happens, and also do like what you call like the nightlife. So she challenged me, and she went on Google. At that time, I didn't know how to use internet. And this was around 2011, 2012. That was actually early 2012. And she Googled and came back with a list of places. And I will just read them. Like, it had like the Baha'i Temple, it had the Gaddafi Mosque, it had the 7 hills that makes up Kampala, it had like Owino Market, it had like the King's Lake, the man-made lake, it had the new Scottish Parliament, it had the Kasubi tombs, it had a means torture chamber. And I was like, eh. And to be honest, I was a border guy riding in Kampala, but I didn't even know like, how do you tell me about a means torture chamber in Kampala? I had no idea where these places existed. I knew that the Baha'i Temple was somewhere in Chikaya with a very dusty road at that time. I had no reason to go there unless if I had a customer to take me. So with this information, she gave me the boyfriend and she said, Ricky, I want you to take this boyfriend of mine to visit some of these places. No idea. I went to a place, asked, do they allow people, visitors here? They tell me yes, then they take us to the history. And I did this. I went to the first destination, of course, was Baha'i. Then I went to Gaddafi Mosque, and they accepted it. I met a guy called Ashraf Ziwa, the spokesperson, actually. You guys should be seeing him. He speaks for the Muslim Council. So then he helped me a lot in understanding the religion, the history, how that land was given, how the place was built. And then he took me through the 380 steps. You know, when you go to Gaddafi Mosque, there's a point where you're able to see Kampala at 360 degrees. So we walked us through up to the top, and then he showed us Kampala. You know, we were able to see the park. And my Muzungu was very happy, and I'm like, Ricky, you're killing it. So after that, we left. They directed me where the Royal Mile was. If we ask people here where the Royal Mile is, it could actually be a whole disaster, you know. Then the new Scottish Parliament is what you actually call the Bulanga. I think it's called the Bulanga, the Parliament for Uganda. Then we had a ride. The stretch between Bulanga and the palace is actually what you call the Royal Mile, where you don't have to go in the middle of, because it's only the king that goes through. We entered, I asked, then they took me through the entire history. I got a chance to see the nice car that the king rode many years ago. We went underground, saw the means of the chamber. I was like, this is real. The man-made lake, I knew there was a man-made lake. I knew there was a lake, what was it, Kabaka Lake. I didn't know it was called the man-made, the only man-made lake in Kampala. So we went through and saw it. We did some fishing. Then we drove through the ring road, then came to Owino. And I can tell you surely, I had my $30, and this was early 2012. We came back. She gave the guy, she gave the boy, the girlfriend a review of what actually happened. And she was like, Ricky, you know what? I want to do this, but you have to take all of us. I know the Safe Border team is here, but please forgive me. I was a young man at the time, growing, so I carried all of them and took them on the same route again. On the same bike. That was 2012. What are you looking for, my friend? Now, I took them on that same trip. Remember when I took only the guy, the lady recommended that I be paid $30. At that time, $30 was around 78,000 shillings. As a borderman, that was too much money. Now, when I took both of them, I was paid $50. And she advised me that you need to give them a discount. Now, when you take two, you give a discount, and then you get $50. For a border man to earn $50, it was a big life-changing experience for me. Now, it became part of the transformation, part of the business, that instead of being a normal border rider, I actually started becoming a promoter, actually a tour guide. And a friend, a customer that I met through the recommendation, helped me build a website, helped put my business on TripAdvisor. Before I realized it, I was a very famous young man. And what used to happen is that the borders that I was working with used to admire me because I always had the best on the back. So, you know, you have like customers who pay more. And then they keep wondering where I keep getting my customers from. Of course, I had an added advantage. Even today, if I go back to riding, I'll still be ahead of many of them. Because of the fact that I come from as far as Dokolo, And I didn't know Luganda, so the only communication language I had was English, so it worked to my advantage. So meeting all these experts and all of that helped me a lot. And so I was able to actually to build my first business, probably my second business at the time, which was border tourism. Now, it is actually the birth and the transition to safe border that now led me to kind of reduce on promoting the border tourism. But then this is what happened actually. As I was transitioning to building safe border, all the boys that I was working with got now more involved, and then everybody that was working for me ended up becoming a tour guide. So people actually created their own tour business out of mine. So when you go to the side, you'll actually see Walters, you know, there's Walter, there is Kampala Border, which is what I started. And then there are others which are named after individuals who were actually working together. So the thing is that when people look at tourism, it's something that everybody can play a role in. And it's life transforming, because for me, if probably my friend didn't die like in a border accident and transition to becoming like a road advocate, a road safety advocate, I think I would be deeply into tourism. I'll tell you, I've done trips that most of the people have never done, and if I say I'm selling it to most people here, they might not like it. I used to do what you call the Eastern tour. Now, the Eastern tour was a complete trip, which would pay me around $400. And this is how the itinerary would be. We'd wake up exactly at 7, pick you from where you are, drive you up to Namugongo. I take you through the history, you get to see. Then from Namugongo, I would drive you up to Sipi. Is it called Sipi? Sipi Falls? No, not Sipi. Sezibwa, yeah. Sezibwa Falls. Then after Sezibwa Falls, we would do either of the two. We'd actually go to see the monkey, the red-tailed monkeys, and do a walk in Mabira, or we'll go and do zip lining. So depending on what the client wants. And after that, we'll take a ride from Mabira now to Jinja, the source of the Nile. We do a boat ride, or we do like some floating, or do like a ride in the lake. And then after that, I will drive you back to Kampala. And that trip alone would have me around $400. It was a very risky business, but I have, in situations I've had people, I've had clients up to as high as 6 clients on one route. And that meant big business for me. So when you look at urban movement, urban transportation, it is important that it is good for us, the locals, but also good for people or foreigners who are actually coming. And I tell you, part of the biggest problem that that the industry has always been facing has been the question of pricing and the question of direction. You ask a border guy who doesn't, you meet a border guy who actually doesn't know the language that you're speaking or doesn't know very well English, and then you're mentioning the place and he doesn't know, and you let him go, you stop another one, doesn't know where you're going, you stop another one, doesn't know where you're going, and it's just a whole disaster for everybody. With the coming in of safe border, you are actually able to dictate and actually tell, even direct the driver, even when you don't know the language, you just say here, this way, that way, and you end up to your location. Now, one of the issues that we also have is that when people travel, the families are usually very worried about them. Because you are in Kampala, so where are you going? What are you traveling with? And all of that. You can actually even share and let people know that I am actually on a safe border. And you can tell them I am actually here and I'm about to reach. And the other thing also is that, of course, it used to make for us more money as a border rider. Is that when you meet a traveler who doesn't know the fare, he has just arrived today, you can charge $50 for a trip from
here to the gate.
That is if you choose not to take them on a rotation, because also that is another trick. So all of those issues, including insecurity and question of safety, the question of pricing, has all been sorted by the coming of safe border. And before even I forget, I really would just want to appreciate Ugandans for supporting us. And please, you know, I meet people, you know, sometimes you go out and you meet people and they're like, Ricky, tukwa desente nyingi nafe tugulire moko. the honest truth is that we are who we are because Ugandans accepted that. Ugandans have agreed to continue to support us. And we've been on many other platforms, or many other events, and many companies have been able to work with us and support us because they also believed in us. So, of course, even for companies that needs to know where your teams are during work hours, how they're traveling, clear accountability of the movement, we have a proper B2B service that will help you sort out all those accounting issues. And you only pay for the time that the person is traveling, not for the day that the person has, or that the car has been seated waiting for people. So literally we have figured out everything. It would be a good thing that HRs and procurement from other departments gets to speak to us. Those, you see, even me, I'll be around, but the team premium, where are you guys? Where are the Surfboarder team?
Ricky, it's at that point that the invoice comes in.
Rogers, can I have to do this now before it is late?
Go right.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Ricky. I want to share with you my experience, actually, when you just started out with the border tourism. I remember it was 2015 when, for the very first time, someone had been telling me about local tourism on a border, and I said, no, this is ridiculous. But yeah, just one day I just decided to sit on one of them. We were actually a group of friends. It was a birthday celebration. And then they took us on they called it a faith tourism, where we went to the Baha'i temple. There's the temple in Nakasero, and then we went to Namgongo. And speaking of Namgongo, that's another one of those big faith tourism experiences. Anyways, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the great work Rick is doing in that area. And please don't try some of the things he has said at home, like charging somebody border ride from here to the gate for $50. He says it's very much against it, but thank you so much for those insights. Okay, moving on to a man who has really, you have really maneuvered this landscape very smartly. You understand the Ugandan entertainment industry very well, but what's very important is yours is not just entertainment, but it's really tourism. This is Talent Africa, and we have, for those of you who have just joined us, Mr. Ali Alibai, the CEO of Talent Africa Group. If you have attended or heard of events like Nyege Nyege, if you saw recently, Toro Kingdom was celebrating the Echoto Ampango, which blends culture, fashion, tradition, a vibrant showcasing of Toro Kingdom's culture, storytelling, tourism. I saw, beyond social media, I also, had a first-hand encounter with some of the things that were happening there. Maybe you want to tell us, how do we draw in, like, what kind of support? How should the resident Ugandans and the foreigners participate in, this event tourism?
Thanks, Roger. So I think large-scale events have a ripple effect across the tourism value chain. When we host international events and festivals, not only do we fill hotels and restaurants, but we also create a demand for transport, crafts, local food vendors, nightlife experiences. Events inject direct revenue into local communities and create employment opportunities, from technicians to security personnel, from artists to hospitality workers. Culturally, they serve as platforms for storytelling, identity expression, and cross-cultural exchange. Visitors will leave with a deeper appreciation of Uganda's people and heritage, and that kind of emotional connection turns tourists into ambassadors for the country. A little bit on numbers, for example, an event like Nyege Nyege, for example, injects more than $10 million into the economy over one weekend. Jinja hotels are completely full, Njero hotels completely full. More than 5,000 tourists attend Nyege Nyege every year. It creates more than 4,000 jobs directly and indirectly through the festival. More than 500 artists and musicians and showcase their work at the event. So there's a lot that events and entertainment has a huge economic impact on tourism. In fact, last year the Ministry of Tourism did a report on the economic impact of Nyege Nyege on Uganda's economy, and it's finally there and it's all written. So it's really nice.
Right, awesome. is a moment where I invite questions from for the panel. If you have any questions, I don't know that I can get a roving mic, or you prefer the microphone coming to you, or do you want to write it down, or do you just want to stand up and we? Okay, the hands seem to be working. Please stand up, state your name. Can I get a second microphone for a roving mic? Thank you. Right, this hand was up first. Okay. Gender selection, right? Yes, sir.
Hi, everyone. I'm Timothy Mugahe. Sorry, I did get, the people I'm asking questions, I need to get your names. My first question goes to the one of Safe Border, Ricky, yes. From what you have said, like, to me, you achieved success at a very young age, which is a little bit challenging, and it requires a lot of things that you can't afford. Like, how did you manage to cope up with that? I don't know if I'm clear, like, the way you are doing business, you are out-competing people who had what you don't have with the little you have. Then my second question goes to the lady seated next to you. Okay, I like the fact that in Africa they motivate us to do digital, to go digital. Personally, I'm doing an online shop for shoes. My fellow youth would be like, how much are your shoes? I'm like, this. Where is your shop? I'm like, my store is in Nairobi. I need to first see those shoes. But I'm like, if a live picture of the shoes I'm selling is given to you, like, I'm trying to cut the story short. You select the type and the size. If I don't deliver what you ask for, I do a refund. Because I ship from abroad, it has to be prepaid. They are like, no, for you are a personal, forgotten, personal shopper. And I'm like, okay. Then by God's grace, I managed to do a small partnership. And when you achieve it, you get a lot of peer pressure from abroad. And then why my question goes to her is, you said there are many influencers internationally, but do we have access to them? Do we even know that they are there? How can we get to know them? Thank you so much.
Okay, 1, 2. Yes, there's a hand right here. I don't know whether you want to respond to those, or we first gather a few and take them in one go. The gentleman standing there had a question. The man asked about his online shopping experience, so I don't know what.
All protocols are observed. Good evening.
Good evening.
I have a concern, and I have the master of Nyege, and I would like him to clear the air so that the audience, when they go outside, will be the ambassador. In my village where I come from, we are biased, and people think Nyege is a different activity. So since I have opportunity, the same opportunity you have, I would like the vision bearer to clear it so that when we go out, we go with a bold message about tourism. Otherwise, if I choose to be honest, in the villages there are people who locks the doors with the 2 padlocks. People should not attend the function. Kindly clear the air. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take one more. There's a hand right there, very strong hand behind there. Yes, the gentleman yes, right behind the cameras. If you could just pass on. I'm sure that will be enough on our plate. I don't know why you use 2 padlocks. I think like maybe there's a secret behind 1 or 2 padlocks. I don't know. We'll get to hear your details.
Names are Titus Kakembo.
Yes, sir.
Not so long ago, Asians gathered here to celebrate 50 years since Amin showed them the exit. Can't we make it an annual celebration now that that gentleman is there? Maybe he would canvass support and gather them up to come here and celebrate another anniversary whenever it passes on.
Okay, I think we can start with those few questions. There was a gentleman with the online shopping experience, and then we have the 2 padlocks, and now we also have Idi Amin's experience. Okay. Your hand is boiling now. It's not burning, it's boiling. Just one more here, and then we pack it up. Here, can I have that microphone, please? Or you could just simply pick this one here.
Thank you very much. Protocol observed. My name's Wellington Ngutia, General Manager, Ziwa Rhino and Wildlife Ranch in Nakasongola. Actually, for me, it was just a comment, and I want to thank Safe Border for also partnering with us, taking your guest to Ziwa Rhino. And please, I would like to urge everyone, please visit Ziwa Rhino and Wildlife Ranch, where you meet the rhinos in their natural habitat. Please don't just concentrate on the one on Uwek in Entebbe. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's very well noted. I think we should, I don't know who wants to go first. Yes, very good. Let's get these padlocks out of the way.
Thank you. Nyege Nyege. The irresistible urge to dance festival attracts more than 40,000 people every year. Have you been to Nyege Nyege? Okay, so then you know what happens. It's a lot of fun, it's a lot of culture, it's a lot of vibes, and there's a lot of misperceptions, and the misperceptions is what actually makes us more famous. But everyone who's come to Nyege has gone home and said, I gotta go back next year. So, you know, we kind of, people always say like, you know, what's your marketing strategy? And this thing of Nyege Nyege not being on and then coming back on has always helped us and made the numbers even bigger. But everyone who comes to Nyege knows how it is. It's a 4-day celebration, you know, 7 stages full of music, dance, culture, art, and everyone who knows there knows about it. So thank you for your question and allowing me to tell you more about it.
I don't know who wants to answer the other gentleman's question. Then Kakembo had a question as well about, you had 2 questions. Okay, yours I think was addressed to Ricky directly. Right.
And her.
Oh, okay.
Rogers, thank you.
Yep.
So, one of the most common questions that young people usually ask me is how did I make it in this day and era, and when I'm still very young? Let's use this word, that business is, you know, you don't find somebody doing something and you say he's made it, because now if I have made it, then there's no need for continued work, there's no need for continued innovation. There could be, because I haven't retired yet, I am a very young man. You know, sometimes these guys make me feel younger, but sometimes they also make me feel older. But it's a journey, and I really think that everyone has got an opportunity to build a story, an authentic story that people can relate with. Unfortunately, I wasn't really lucky that I come from a very well-to-do family. I lost my mom when I was 19. I lost my dad when I was 22. Total orphan. Dropped out in senior 4. And found my way to Kampala with no friend, no relative, you know, no money, but only with life and hope. So, and I've done so much. At my age, I think I'm around 38 years. Yes, born in 87. I'm 38 years. I've done so many jobs. My first job was putting tickets on people's cars, like what Multiplex actually does. When you park on town, you have a car, you will have one, I prophesy. So when you park your car, those guys put tickets on you. That's what my first job, with a salary of 25,000. I left and came to Kampala, to Jinja, and I did the same job with a salary of 5,000 shillings per day for every day that I work. Afterward, I left and joined a company called Security Plus, Uganda Limited. It is actually still here in Bugolobi, where I was working for 80,000 shillings a month, and they took me to Kabale, where I worked for quite some time, came back, left them, joined a Kamwesi hostel as a guard at the gate. And at that point, my salary was 120,000. This is 2009. I'm at the gate as an askari. Through the friends and people, because also one thing that some of the young people like me, or who are not privileged, they also forget that spiritually, God also works through people to bless you. Just like Satan also works through people to bring their cars closer to you. So, it's me, I believe that I wouldn't have been who I am if the people I met along my way did not offer him to support me. But also, if I had abused the support, I wouldn't have realized the value of that support and what they meant for me. Because I will tell you how I bought my first motorcycle, is that a friend asked me, Ricky, what are your dreams? What is it that you want to do? And I told him I wanted to start a music library. At that point, around 2010, music library was a thing, where you open a small music library and you start selling people's music on CDs and all of that. A guy offers me a laptop because he asked me how much was it. I said it's around 350,000, because that's what I used to see on the streets. When you walk around Kampala, there are people who do adverts of full set computers on the ground everywhere. They print in black and white on the electric poles. So that's what I used to see. So I told the guy it's 350, and instead of giving me 350,000, he gave me his laptop. He donated to me his laptop when he was leaving, because he was a student living in the hostel. Now, when he donated to me the laptop spent less than 2 weeks. Another student in the hostel came to me and said, Ricky, I like your laptop, I want to buy. It was an HP laptop with those HP that had the fingerprint sensor. So the guy comes to me and he's like, Ricky, I want to buy your laptop. And I'm like, oh, no problem. You want to buy, what kind of money, how do you want to buy? The guy offers me dollars. For the first time, late 2010, the guy gave me $400. Now, I will tell you what would happen to some young people if you give them $400. Life would become different. They offered me $400, and I picked the $400 and gave it to one of the students in the hostel called Ronnie. I gave it to him and take this money and bring it for me Ugandan money. A guy brought for me a bundle of money. So I put the money in the pocket. It was around 900 and something thousand. I have never been unsettled and failed to sleep in my life. Like what happened to me the night I had $400. It was around 900 and something thousand. So I put it in my pocket. I was an askari at the gate, but now I'm very rich. So I didn't buy water. I didn't jump on a border. I didn't go to eat food the way people like when they have money. So I accepted to suffer. So I even walked back home, but with money, but very unsecured. So I reached home, I slept with the money in my pocket. And that day, I don't know if I showered, I wouldn't want to talk about that, but I slept with money in my pocket, and my hand was here. I woke up in the morning to check I had money. So I walked back to work now. So it was on Sunday. So on Monday, and that Sunday, there was a pastor preaching and all of this. So what happened that Sunday when I received the money, in the morning, I saw a pastor preaching. I'm not going to mention his name because that can also be a promo for him. Now, and one of the questions I was asking, in my question I was asking God was like, why is it me? Why is it that my family is the one supposed to be suffering? In my family, nobody has a car, nobody has a border, nobody has a mabati house. And I never understood that. So that very day, spiritually, I got the money. On Monday, I came back and I bought the first motorcycle in our family. So all the money I got, I came back with it again the following day. I did not spend a coin. When I had that money, so now I started asking for a motorcycle to buy. I even called the border and they said, I want a motorcycle. They brought for me a motorcycle, UDH 913R, which I bought 1,050,000. I had some saving in some bank, which I'm also not going to mention their name.
But I had some small savings, so I went and got that money, top it up, and bought my boda. When I bought my boda, this is also something for young people, because I think part of the problem right now is that our young people, some of them are very focused, some of them are not, it needs to be trimmed. So when I bought my motorcycle with a salary of 120,000, the management of Akamwisi Hostel at the time, that was Dr. Julian. Dr. Julian was now our boss, the lady of chairs. She was now our boss at the time. So the management decided to give me a salary increment immediately because I had become rich. But then I was a very good askari, because as you can see me, there is no time for jokes. So when it comes to business, it is business. So I got a salary increment immediately. That very week, my salary was increased from 120 to 140. And I stayed working for Akamwisi Hostel while riding the boda in the morning and in the evening for another 4 months, while training somebody to replace me, because most of the people I found at work had all been fired. I was the only senior person remaining at the gate. After the 4 months, I handed over, left, and joined boda full time. So if someone is questioning how I got here, you should just probably appreciate the discipline that this comes with and the commitment that comes with.
Thank you very much. What a story, and I'm very sure after this you are going to have a one-on-one.
And Rogers,
yes.
I haven't made it, so I'm looking for more people to partner with and all of that. We have safe car, safe border, you know, we do payments, we can support. We can also train your team. If you have a team of riders that do not know how to ride very well and not safe, we can also do business. So, Togamati, I have made it because we are still looking for more business.
The man is carrying the ecosystem with him all the way. All right, another round of applause for Ricky, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, time seems to fly when you're having fun, just when you're beginning to get into it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly run through our panelists to give us some parting shots on our theme has been or is emerging trends in tourism. And I'm sure you have sketched around and you have seen some of the things that we should be looking out for going forward. There's that hand there, and I don't want you to... Oh, your question was about the having an anniversary of Indian expulsion. I do not know whether that would be a very popular event, but do you want to have a go? Anybody wants to talk about it as an event? Because I don't know what kind of, how you'd market that, really. Say, hi, come to Uganda, we're celebrating expulsion. I don't know.
Roger, maybe the comeback.
Yeah.
Maybe the comeback, because
yes,
as you can see, the new government definitely accepted Asians to come back, and they are part of our community. Maybe Afro-Asian, I would call it that.
I believe it's now a very 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 well intermarried, intermixed community that we can't be looking historically at some of those things which may be, I don't know. If you ask me, I'll probably give it another, repackage it differently. You're the stars here. You probably call it. Well, anyway, 2 more, and then I will have my panelists winding up. That hand over there before you fall off your chair, sir. Hey, oh, okay. Please forgive me. There's the lady, there's the gentleman, and then we'll wrap it right there. The gentleman over here. Yes, very quickly, and you pass the microphone to the lady behind you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate everyone. And my question is, it goes to the gentleman of the Nyege Nyege guy. Number one, you see, I cannot wake up one day and call my son light unless I know what it means. I want you to elaborate a little bit on the meaning of the term or the word Nyege Nyege. Number two, you talk about, when my colleague here asks you about the Nyege Nyege still, you said Nyege Nyege, it's about fun, music, dance, and culture. We are black people. I think you are Indian, isn't it? Now, tell us, the culture you are talking about, is it about us, or your culture, because as far as I know, in Uganda here, it's like we are the biggest, I think, ethnic group in Africa. Could you please elaborate about the culture exactly? Which culture are you talking about? Thank you.
Okay, you can pass the microphone to the lady behind you. She had another question directed towards Nyege Nyege.
No, thank you so much.
Oh, okay. Right.
My question is directed to the panelists from FUFA.
Yes.
Yes. During your discussion, you talked about, very big figures, very big sums of money that are coming with AFCON. So my question is, for the Ugandan tourism business, people in the business are really young. So are there any deliberate actions or initiatives that are being put up for them to partake into the opportunities that come with AFCON? Thank you.
Right, and that hand over there, there's one at the back. And for those of you who are into tourism, you have events, or you're participating anywhere in the ecosystem of tourism, and you'd like to get your material on television, please contact me after this. I will tell you how we get your content out on television. You talk to me directly. Okay.
Thank you very much. To throw more light on the question the gentleman had, I think his question was how would we tap into the Asian community, that event where he was meaning the Indians and Asians who were chased away. How would we tap into it to make it a tourism event like the way we made Nyege Nyege an event?
Okay, and the very final question right here, the gentleman right here in the front. Thank you. We'll be available for interaction, just very brief interaction after this session here. But first, yes.
Greetings and salutations, well done. Mine is a two-part. It's a comment.
Right.
We are building the most high-end resort in Uganda, starting this October, in Bwindi on Lake Mutanda. So I look forward to interacting with interested buyers. We have a very good opportunity for you. Question: I have a background in user experience design, and I believe that with this approach to design, we can create meaningful experiences that share the frustration users experience when working with digital spaces, physical spaces. So I wanted to ask all of you, I know Safe Border is consistently updating, I've been keeping track, but I wanted to ask the rest of the panel people, how are you integrating user experience in your business models such that end users or businesses are better able to appreciate the value that you are sharing with people? So in short, I just want to hear, if it's possible, what is your strategy in terms of articulating user experience in your designs, in your unique value propositions? Thank you so much.
Okay, I think we'll take it from that point. I'm going to ask my panelists, as they're giving the answers to these questions, we'll also throw in somewhere parting shots. But the burning ones right there, I'm sure Mr. Aliba, you would like to have a go quickly.
Sure thing. Once again, Nyege Nyege, the irresistible urge to dance. Maybe you didn't get me last time when I said that. But in regards to Nyege Nyege, its uniqueness lies in the authenticity and celebration of diversity. It's not just a music festival. It's an immersive cultural experience that blends together global sounds with African rhythms, visual art, fashion, food, and community. And what makes it powerful is that it's inclusive, youth-driven, and unapologetically Ugandan. We showcase cultural troupes from all over the country, artists from all over the country, and it's Ugandan while still being open to the world. The lesson here is that tourism thrives when we offer genuine, locally rooted experiences. We don't need to imitate global trends. We need to confidently showcase who we are. Nyege Nyege demonstrates the power of partnerships between creatives, government, media, and international supporters to create a world-class event. Thank you.
Okay, there was a question about sports, so Mr. Rogers, if you want to go.
To the
and maybe give us a few parting shots as we're wrapping up this session. Thank you.
I will do. Actually, I want to thank you for that very good question. As local organizing committee, we are very particular about local content. Local content because we want most of this money to be spent in country. It is only things that cannot be provided for or supplied within in country that will actually go out and buy them from out of the country. So we expect much of the budget to be spent in country. But also allow me to say that by hosting these two events, we are going to have direct spend by both the participants and those that are attending. And that spend is in country here. So people that are providing goods and services will be able to partake on that spend. We are also creating jobs, about 2,000 jobs for workforce and volunteers in country, in Uganda. And the same in Kenya, and even probably even more in Kenya and Tanzania. These competitions are stimulating local businesses. I know for a fact a number of companies that have partnered with global partners of CAF to be able to provide local expertise and a local footprint here. There is boost in infrastructure. $100 million is being spent in Hoima to do the Hoima City Stadium. $120 million is being spent in Lira to do the Akibwa Stadium, whereas most of that might go out to import the finishes here and there. The bulk of it remains within the local community. There is going to be, or there is already happening, investments in hotels and hospitality in the localities where the venues of AFCON will be, particularly in Hoima and Lira, where investment in hotels and hospitality is already happening to uplift the standards so that they are able to receive the international guests. There is increased demand of goods and services like transportation and entertainment, because if you've been to any of the footballing events, I don't know how to explain it. I've been to events where people come, the stadium hosting is 40,000, but over 1 million people pour into that town. And many of them do not even go to the stadium, but go to fun parks, and they're only looking for a place where to shower from, freshen up, and go back to the fun park and enjoy the food and the drinks. So there is increased economic activity, which actually generates more taxes for the country. But for you to be able to bring down these major sporting events, you need government on your side. For the case of AFCON, the government had to sign about 7 guarantees. Some of them is issues of visa, ease of migration within the country, workforce in terms of work permits, the people that are coming here to bring the expertise, to get free visas, ease of foreign exchange. Luckily for Uganda, we have a very liberal foreign exchange market, but it's not the case elsewhere. Issues of security, to guarantee security. Rick here was talking about, we take it for granted. But when you have, an influx of 1 million people in your country, some of whom you don't even know where they are staying, it is important to have all-round security that guarantees that the visitors are safe. And therefore, it requires a little bit more vigilance than normal from the security forces, not just police, but all the security forces coordinated to ensure that all the entertainment places, of course, Uganda is famed for nightlife, all entertainment places, or even all the suburbs are all tracked. Then there are guarantees also on, I've spoken about work permits, I've spoken about forex security, improved health care. Because of the influx of people, you need to have dedicated health facilities that are dedicated to the visitors. And we are going to see a lot of improvement, I think, Mulago, Zambia, Rubaga, but also the general hospitals in Hoima, Masindi, and Lira and Gulu, where the teams will be best. So there is a lot of improvement, but the key factor for me, and if there are policymakers here, is the issue of taxation. As Ugandans, as URA, we tend to look at at short term, and we don't look at the bigger picture. We want to tax everything from the onset, even that could have probably a much bigger ripple effect, but for us, we want tax here. And I think UTB and Ministry of Tourism, as we seem to be now having a focus of attracting conferences, sporting events here, the issue around taxation. Imagine our friends down in Rwanda have applied to have a Formula One circuit in Kigali and South Africa. Just imagine the kind of equipment that comes around with Formula One. If you're going to tax that equipment and you don't give exemptions, look at what you would be missing, the bigger picture. So if we are going to focus on attracting, high-value events in this country, the issue about taxation, I mean, we are going to have TV production that is going to project this country in a much positive image. But the policy is that the airport, on arrival, if you have equipment more than $1,000, it is taxable. And these are, international crewmen, professional broadcast houses that are coming down. Even if it is individual influencers that are having high-level gadgets, if we are going to target and tax the equipment that is coming in, and yet they are coming to create local content, but for international projection, it is important that discussion is discussed at a higher level. I was discussing with Alibai here just before we came here, and I was asking how comes lately we no longer have big international music stars coming to Uganda. We used to get big international music stars, the Shaggies, and today we get a little bit mid-level. And he said one of his challenges is taxation. Before even the musician comes here, he's got to pay around about 28%, 30% in taxes, withholding tax, VAT on services procured outside of the country. So, and yet, if these musicians come, and there will be people from the region coming to watch them here, all right? And that is money that you're spending. But also, their crews will be taking very good production that they can then project outside. The same way we follow all these big concerts all over the world. And they project the country in a much more positive image. But then the tax is a big disadvantage. So while we are discussing these things, it is important government and policymakers understand what are the bottlenecks, how do we address them? And then we can project our country and position it for all these major global events that eventually bring all this kind of money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I let Mr. Rogers speak a little longer because on the panel he didn't really get quite the time to elaborate on a lot of those things. But as it is right now, we are wrapping it up. We are winding up, and what we're having are parting shots. So I have 7 minutes to wrap this up. So I don't know how I'm going to pull this one off and be able to get through to the last panelists to say what they have to say. But if we can say this very briefly, Mr. Ayun, first of all, is this your first time in Uganda?
Yes.
First time. Let's give him a round of applause. A warm Ugandan welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. One of the things we highly recommend is a Rolex, and has nothing to do with watches.
I know. I heard about it. Yes.
You don't need painkillers for that one. Yes. Very quickly, as we wrap it up in 1 or 2 minutes, anything you'd like to say very quickly?
Yeah.
As
it's been my third day, and I did get a chance to experience the nightlife yesterday. I must say that's something very different that what we have in India. And I'm sure if at all global events are coming to Uganda, with all of your work that's been put into attracting global events, and I'm sure Indians would be attracted by that, and we would see a lot more Indians coming into the country because this place is literally magical. So, And I'm waiting for my fam trip, which starts day after tomorrow. I think that's going to completely change my perspective about Uganda.
Completely, and also
Yeah.
fun trip. A very beautiful country indeed. We have a sample of every weather region in the world. If you were looking for a desert, we have it. If you're looking for winter, we have it.
Yeah.
If you just want to be mid-range, you're right here.
Yeah.
So, right, thank you very much. Over to you, Jackie.
Thank you, Roger. I just want to say that the global destination wedding market has expanded from 36.2 billion in 2024, and now it is at 47.69 billion in 2025. It's time to tap on that market and be part of it, and the wedding planners are ready. They are looking for the new strategies internationally, globally. We just need to position ourselves, and this we are looking for definitely tour operators, lodges to partner with. Someone does the safari, I do the setup, a lodge hosts us, and we are ready to take this to another level. Thank you.
Wow, awesome. Okay, Ricky, we have had very interesting stories from you this evening. Yes, I know it's going to be very hard for you to wrap this one up, but if you can, please.
Yeah, because instead of recommending to him a safe border app, you recommended to him a Rolex, you know, and he needs to move around. So, so Rogers, yeah, so we shall have another discussion after here.
Right. The Rolex will be delivered via safe border.
Yeah, you would have told him that. You just never talked about safe border. So anyway, it is going to be easy for me to wrap this up. There is a pending question by one of the safe border supporters, very good. And he was actually asking, like, what is it that we do intentionally about the user experience? We avail ourselves and listen to them and appreciate their feedback and use it to better our business. I will tell you some of the things that we've decided to do, and this is going to sound even a little bit controversial, is that my conversation with media or with other people post-COVID, I loudly said, we will not do a safe car. And I tell you this, I clearly said we are not going to do a safe car. And my belief at that time was that the feature of urban transportation is about mass movement, you know. And if we're going to do anything, it has to be like a big bus, nicer, so we can get other people, probably, you know, be like the system that people can use to book into the buses and all of that. After COVID, what happened is that all the customers were calling the call center. You go to the support center and everyone is telling you, but customers are asking for cars. Customers are asking for cars. They are calling and asking, why don't you give us the cars? The one that is available, some international company that was in the market, is giving them a very bad experience. They need something local. They need something original. They need something African. They need something for the people of Kampala by the people of Kampala. And I tell you this, we listen to them. And sometimes when people, when people pay you money, it is also within your responsibility to give them the attention, listen to them, and fix some of the feedback that they give you. So they kept telling us, give us cars, we need the car, we need the car. And there was a heated debate in the boardroom. And it reached a point where some of us lost the battle. And also the need for survival. And the day we launched Safecar like this, we started making some money. So it is very good. After here, people were going in big numbers, use Safecar, very important for safe border. I also want to say this, that as my parting shots, it's more of a prayers, that I pray and request that Ugandans as people, as business community, let's try to work as a team. Let's appreciate the importance that comes with partnership. Let's support each other, because if we do that, and recommend each other as well, because when we do that, it is very important that when you are out there and they ask you, you tell them about the safe border and the safe car experience. You tell them about the birthday that can be organized in the middle of Renzori. She can do a birthday with the gorillas. You know, these are the things that we should be sharing. So, of course, I'm lucky that Ugandans have supported us, but also say that let's amplify other businesses.
You're not going to be complaining about unicorns when you're not supporting your own local initiatives. Because I tell you this, today some people still call us another name. Instead of calling us Safeguard and Safeguard, there is some international brand that they tend to compare us with. We started doing this in 2014. 2015 we had an app, 2016 we had an app, 2017 when these other companies came, then you're like, oh, I think what SafeBoda is doing is actually a good thing. Now when those guys did a lot of promotion, cut our prices into like half, they're like, no, SafeBoda is expensive. After cutting the price into half, then going back, they're like, but SafeBoda, so is not expensive. And now everybody, and most of these guys were saying, you know, we want you to just be like SafeBoda. We want you to just be like SafeBoda. So the need for us to support each other is key. The need for us to promote other people's business is important. And I will tell you, Ali here has given us a platform. For us, you know, the guy is talking about Nyege. For us, we are transporting people to Nyege using the boat. We even so even those ones who are asking questions, Nyege is this thing. I was on Nyege, I am here. No problem, nothing has happened. No padlocks, no problem. People made a lot of money from Nyege. A lot of money. There was, I mean, all the cars, everything. So, I mean, even when you talk about these things, let's be more Ugandan. And I would also say, of course, there are questions of cultures and all of that, but let's protect what we have. And the only thing we have is our country called Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ali, over to you.
Yeah, so my parting shots, first of all, I want to thank you all for attending POATE in this session. And I just want to let you know that POATE is not ending today. Tomorrow there's a cultural and music festival that features, you know, a lot of great entertainment from some of the greatest Ugandan acts, including Blue 3, Winnie Noaji, Suna Ben, Abeka Band, Otim Alpha, Ali Deki Brian, and much more. That's happening tomorrow in the Lakeside Gardens. Gates are opening at 2 p.m. and we hope that we'll see you all there tomorrow. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you very much. Well, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And before you go, I'd like to request the Assistant Commissioner, Tourism and Development. He's with the Ministry of Tourism to hand over a few gifts to, yes, please come through. We have some special gifts. And where are the paparazzi when you need them? Yeah, this is why I told you that if you have any content that's tourism related, you want to do it for television, I am your plug right here. I will make sure you get airtime. Free. Yeah, I need to add the word free. In Uganda, if you don't add the word free, people think you're not serious. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening.
Awesome. I believe it has been a very lively and interesting session. And yeah, the mere fact that it's already 5:30, but we still have such numbers, this is proof that indeed it was a wonderful session. So to our moderator, thank you so much. And of course to the panelists, thank you for, I do believe they spent quite some time overnight to do extensive research so as to be able to deliver what they have been able to deliver to us today. Mine is just a quick one. My name is Jimmy Andrew Chigozi. I work with the Ministry of Tourism as Assistant Commissioner Tourism Development. And we as the Ministry of Tourism, we are extremely excited that this year's POATE has been a major success. And of course, this is testimony to the success that we are talking about. I don't have any speech, but rather to thank our panelists and our moderator. And of course, from us, the Ministry of Tourism, we have a small token of appreciation to you all. And we do believe that either tomorrow or in the near future, whenever you look at these gifts, they'll be able to evoke memories of POATE 2025 And we do believe we shall continue with this kind of meaningful engagement. And of course, many of our participants here possibly have already taken your contacts. Those who have any issues that require any clarity, you can always contact them. And of course, our doors at the Ministry of Tourism are also open, just in case you need to have more of these engagements. So, yes, I think I'll start with, of course, I have a list here. I'll start with our moderator, Mr. Roger Mugisha. Thank you for the wonderful job that you've done. Please. Okay, I also have now the panelists. I'll call upon Mr. Roger Byamukama. Thank you so much for we also have my sister, Jacqueline Nanteza. Is it Nantege? Nanteza. Please. Ricky, please get here. And please pardon me in the event that I pronounce your name in a funny way. Okay, Mr. Ali Alibai, please, Talent Africa. Mr. Aljun Mokond, the Director TNA. Thank you for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you very much. POATE is still on, like you've heard. Tomorrow, the closing ceremony. Yes, that's going to be some mega splash concert for you, right at the, is it the gardens? Right at up the gardens? Do you want to say something briefly about it? Are you inviting us? Okay. Yes, Mr. Alibai, please. Just one more time for the announcement tomorrow, grand finale. You mentioned a couple of artists. What time does it start? 2 p.m. till last man standing. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Have a good evening. Thank you. Yes, sure. Official cameraman, I think you need to call us to draw attention. Or you're shooting video. Or are we on live stream? I don't know. Thank you very much. Have a good evening and enjoy
Enjoy your stay in Munyonyo. Thank you.
Welcome to day 2 of POATE. We're starting off with an Invest in Tourism conference, keynote speech given by the one and only Amos Wekesa. But before we get there, let's first go and hear from some of the exhibitors at the Pool Pavilion. Hey guys, we're here at the Mayanja Candles display. Please do tell us about your offering.
All right. Hi everybody, I am Sauda from Mayanja Candles. We have got scented candles, reed diffusers, linen sprays, and car sprays.
I want to thank the people who put together this program and must have put in a lot of thought. So I want to thank, in addition to the investors, the panelists, those who actually put this program together. I must say, as an individual, I have greatly benefited.
From the Invest in Tourism conference to other exhibitors to watching the dancers move through the exhibition space, it has been absolutely amazing. All right, so we are here at the Nyege Nyege booth.
Yes.
Sir, please tell me about your offering.
Hey Tracy, so Nyege Nyege is the tourism event of the year. We received the Ikula Tourism Awards a couple years in a row. For the last 10 years, it's been promoting Ugandan hospitality, culture, nature, and music.
Now later tonight, we're going to be seeing some of the hosted buyers go around and spend a night in Kampala.
I think it's a great idea to experience Kampala by night, where they have wonderful street food. We've seen the city in the action, we've seen the mosque, we've seen the palace. I'm absolutely happy.
Thank you.